Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Two women are suing a former Wyoming cosmetic surgeon and others on claims that the surgeon left them disfigured, one after a bout with necrotic breast tissue and maggots, and another after months of infection. Afton Jennings and Casey Duncan filed their civil complaint Sunday in the Turner County District Court against Dr. Christopher Stewart and three other individuals, as well as the business New Beautiful You, along with Memorial Hospital of Converse County and Summit Medical Center. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
One of them had a breast reduction surgery, and the other one had what they call mommy makeover, a set of interventions to restore a pre-childbearing figure. And as they're alleging, devastating consequences followed. One of them saying that her breast basically split and the flesh became necrotic, and they prescribed maggots to eat away the dead flesh. And so she had maggots feeding on her breast and falling out of her shirt while she was at work. And the second one basically said she had this mommy makeover and she had just infections and issues for months afterward and didn't get the kind of care that she needed.
The women are asking for damages, interest, costs, and attorney's fees, and any other relief the court deems just. Fans of Raspberry, one of Yellowstone National Park's most beloved and popular grizzly bears, fear that she's dead, perhaps killed by another bear. Wildlife photographer and Raspberry devotee Debbie Dixon told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that Raspberry apparently hasn't been seen for about 2 months.
Raspberry, she's kind of on the level of being the 399 of Yellowstone. She's gone missing early June. There was a female bear carcass found in Yellowstone National Park, apparently killed by another bear. So some folks are putting two and two together, and they're afraid that they've lost Raspberry. This comes right on the heels of last fall, 399 was hit, and then one of her cubs was hit in May, and then also in May, Grizzly 1063 lost two of her cubs. So it's been kind of a rough period for our grizzlies.
Dixon said that if the female grizzly carcass is Raspberry's, it's thought that she died defending her cub. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act that President Donald Trump signed July 4th is already making waves in Wyoming's coal-rich Powder River Basin. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that industry advocates see new opportunities on the horizon, even as uncertainty hovers over future demand for more coal.
Sources I spoke to today, this is just further proof that there's a real 180 going on when it comes to leasing land for coal development on federal land. The question remains, and we spoke to a number of experts today, is there the demand that can really rise to exploit this huge resource of coal in the Powder River Basin?
According to people tracking Wyoming's coal industry at UW, as the market for coal continues to evolve, the recent legislation appears to emphasize keeping open coal leasing opportunities, whether or not there's an immediate need. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
2 men and 1 woman with Ecuadorian passports were arrested Saturday on claims a Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper caught them speeding through Sweetwater County with around 80 pounds of illegal drugs ranging from meth to heroin. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 2 men, 22-year-old Edgar Narvaez Vega and 21-year-old Pedro Narvaez Vega, also are both wanted by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE.
According to the trooper's narrative, the scent of raw marijuana just overwhelms him as he's approaching the vehicle and he sees marijuana. So then he gets to search, right? Because marijuana is still illegal in Wyoming. And so he gets to search. And according to the affidavit, there's so many drugs in there that he's like, whoa, let's get this back to the ranch and then we can weigh and test and process everything. There were allegedly around 80 pounds of illegal drugs, mostly hard drugs, like 75 pounds of methamphetamine, and then the rest rounded off with heroin and cocaine and fentanyl, and then a little dusting of marijuana.
The Sweetwater County Deputy Attorney charged the 3 Monday with drug-related felonies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Today is one of the shortest days of the year. Well, no, that's not correct. Today is shorter than most any other July 9th. And we'll tell you why that is. It has to do with the moon. But today, this day has been shortened because of the moon. Not the China dam, not a Japan earthquake. The moon did it. Yeah, this lawsuit claim for the cosmetic surgeon, that's going to be interesting. Can't wait to dig into that. The Ukrainian trucker who got in an accident when his big rig started sliding on black ice killed another trucker, another trucker's truck mate. What do you call your buddy who you're trucking with? I don't think this was the trucker's wife, but it was a woman in the sleeper cab. Let me find my pleasant weather music as we go to that. Yeah, this is nice. We got to get to a lot of stories. We got a lot of guests today. Busy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, July 9. Don Day weather forecast. Today's going to be beautiful across the state. Hardly any trouble as far as rain, but we'll see rain into the picture, I think, starting tomorrow and Friday. Cooler temps as well. Right now, sunny and hot, though. 95 in Casper under sunshine. Riverton hot, 98. Yeehaw, 88 in Evanston under sunshine. Green River, clouds on the increase as the day progresses, but highs 90. Sunny and breezy in Pinedale, 84. Sunny and 93 in Alpine. DuBois, sunny, a little bit of a breeze, 84 today. Jackson, sunny, 89 in Jackson. Jackson does not often get above 90. Once in a while, maybe 2 or 3 days of summer, maybe. Today's the day we could hit 90. Thermopolis, sunny, 97 today. Cody, sunny, 92. Sunshine of Worland, also with 97 the high. Buffalo, you'll top out around 91 with plenty of sunshine. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon for Sheridan. Otherwise sunny, hot, 98. Sunny and 95 in Gillette. Newcastle might see an afternoon rain shower. Otherwise sunshine, 94. Abundant sun, hot in Torrington. Highs approaching triple digits. Yeah, that's 100, y'all. 98 in Wheatland. sunshine. Clouds on the increase in Cheyenne, but you'll still get to 93, almost 90 in Laramie with plenty of sun. Rawlins, you got a red flag warning until 10 tonight. That means it's going to be sunny, hot, dry, and breezy. Today's high 91 in Rawlins. That takes you across the state. Greg Johnson will be here in a little bit. First, we can dig into the stories of the day. Popular grizzly bear in Yellowstone. Look, I go to Yellowstone. Well, I won't say often. I go once a year. I live near it. I hear of things that happen in Yellowstone. I did not know Raspberry was the 399 of Yellowstone. Really? Never heard of this bear. But yeah, maybe it's time we just let wildlife be wildlife. I'm kind of over the whole name of the bear thing. Fans of Raspberry, one of Yellowstone National Park's most beloved and popular grizzly bears. Again, really? They fear, fans fear she may be dead, perhaps killed by another bear. Raspberry hasn't been seen in about 2 months. So I assume seen coming out of hibernation, June, that would have been May. Early May, first week of May. So yeah, that bear would have been spotted out of hibernation. The bear also has a coy or cub of the year. The carcass of a female bear was discovered in Yellowstone in June. Yellowstone park managers say there's no way to tell if that is Raspberry or not. Raspberry was never tagged, was never had DNA sampled. It'd be impossible to know. Linda Varese thinks maybe it could be that bear. Linda Varese is Yellowstone's spokeswoman. Linda Varese said maybe, but she admitted there's no way to tell for sure if the dead bear, which apparently was killed by another bear, was Raspberry. We cannot confirm. The bear killed in early June in the Sylvan Pass area was the one called Raspberry, since we do not have DNA samples from this bear or the bear that was killed that they found the carcass of. So there's no ID ever going to happen. We can't compare them and determine if this is the same bear or not, Varese said. Others who are fans of the bear fear that could be the case. Debbie Dixon talked to the Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines. She's been following Raspberry. She said, I hope not. I hope it's not him, but we'd be fooling ourselves to think at this point Raspberry's still alive. I'd rather have her alive than be right about that, said Debbie. Raspberry is, or was, depending, the Grizz 399 of Yellowstone, according to many. Grizzly 399, of course, dubbed Queen of the Tetons. As the case of Grizz 399, Raspberry's cubs grew up to be famous themselves. Raspberry had bear cubs that became Jam and Snow. Raspberry is the offspring of a famous grizzly bear herself, one called Blaze. Blaze ended up mauling a seasonal employee from MedCorp, Lance Crosby. That happened back in 2015. You remember that? I remember that way back when. And I want to say it was in an area where they were doing trapping. Lance Crosby, 63-year-old, was killed in 2015 by Blaze, Raspberry's bear daddy. Lance Crosby, I wanted to say he is the one who accidentally walked in or intentionally walked in. I mean, there's signage. Yeah, it is him. Yeah. There was bear capturing going on, and Crosby's body was found dead, partially consumed and covered. That's never good. When the bear feeds on you, that's it for the bear. Bear traps were set in the area. One bear is caught. Unclear whether the one caught is the same bear, Blaze, who attacked Crosby. But I think later was ascertained that it was the same bear, because that's one of the big reasons they put it down. Yeah, the bear capture stuff is sketchy. I know it has to be done as long as the bear is in federal protection under the Endangered Species Act. I know you have to monitor the bears. You got to know so much about them. But seriously, I think we handle the bears too much, in my opinion. Enough with the trapping. Anyway, that bear, Blaze, mauled Lance Crosby and was put down herself. Oh, yeah. Blaze was a girl bear. Had 2 cubs with her at the time, which were sent on to a zoo. 130,000 people signed a petition back then to have the park officials spare her life, to no avail. She was put down. Raspberry, is this you? Is that you? Where are you? The female grizzly carcass found in that Sylvan Pass area. No way to know, but fans of Raspberry fear it is her. And yeah, again, with the whole paparazzi bear, man, paparazzi grizzly, it's too much. Bears kill each other. Bears fight. Bears die. Bears do bear things, man. Let's let them do it. We don't have to name them all. I didn't know. Raspberry must have had some feature on this bear that made her particularly notable. Sometimes only the photographers can tell these bears one from another. I mean, one grizzly looks like another grizzly to me. This, in the story, we're sharing a Getty image of a grizzly bear, and I don't know if this is Raspberry or not. Fans, it just said, yeah, just might be just a random grizzly. Maybe Raspberry, so named for her coloring. Maybe she was particularly reddish. Here's a Debbie Dixon photo of Raspberry. All right, if you saw this bear, pretty cool looking bear. I'm sharing the photo. The photo's on the website, on the story, cowboystatedaily.com. Look for the story that Mark Hines wrote about Raspberry, the 399 of Yellowstone. There's a photo from Debbie Dixon. Nice shot, Debbie. The bear is looking right at you. Look how close set its eyes are. It just appears that way because their head looks so big, because it's all fur. Look how big the nose is compared to the face. Yeah. That's a cool looking bear. Raspberry, yeah, kind of has a whitish face. The cubs have whitish faces. The cubs were 3-year-old cubs, Jam and Snow. Cubs from 2023. All right. So where are the cubs? Where's mama? Yeah, we don't know. Possibly killed. Other stories we're looking at in the Cowboy State Daily today. I'm going to round them out when Greg comes on. We're going to chat about that. There's a family in Glen Rock that lost a shed, kind of a shop shed, some kind of structure. Again, fireworks. I hope it was worth it. The fireworks, this is the second fire we know of started by fireworks that weren't all the way out. Dale Killingbeck has a story about 2 Glen Rock families whose kids participate in 4-H, and that's what burned up all their supplies, all their 4-H stuff, the feed, all the stuff associated with raising pigs. They both had pigs to show. The animals are okay. They weren't in there. They were in the pen. But this building with all the supplies, feed, all that stuff burned up, gone just weeks before the fair where they're going to show their pigs. These two Glen Rock families. Community came up big. Douglas Feed donated. Other folks donated, from show whips to fly spray to antiseptics and brushes and feed. So, good outcome, good feel-good story from Glen Rock, but still the fireworks, man. The kids were playing with fireworks, and next thing you know, you got a fire. Big drug cartel suspect is being extradited back to the States, back to Wyoming. They found him hiding in Mexico. We're going to talk about that. Game and Fish has got a big meeting coming up. The Game and Fish Commission. They meet July 15th. What is that? Next week, next Tuesday? And that'll be big discussions going on there regarding hunting in particular. It's going to take place in Casper, Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meeting. Those are online if you wanted to check those out. But two issues that are going to come up is the discussion of increasing the minimum number of acres you own in order to be part of the landowner hunting tag program. That proposal is supposedly now off the table, according to Game and Fish, but also in play, and they'll talk about it next week, is a separate but related proposal to allow landowner tag holders to put their hunting tags up for sale on the open market. And that has not received very positive reviews either. But both those issues will be discussed next week at the big commission meeting in Casper. That'll be interesting to see how that goes down. We'll take our first break of the day, of the morning, and we'll get right back here with Greg Johnson. Right after this, it's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
I got to wear a jacket this morning, Greg. It's so chilly. Yeah, yesterday it got to 88. Today it's supposed to be 89, but in between in mountain country at 6,400 feet above sea level, today, right now, it's 44. I just can't do it. Not in shorts, anyhow. Pretty soon I'll be sweating, though. It's going to be hot. Going to be hot for you, too. Where you are, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's 57 here.
Woo! Right, well, that's not bad.
It's all right. Well, it's you better, if you got stuff to do today, you better get to it, because today's going to be shorter.
Shortest July 9th we've seen in a while. I saw that and I wanted to blame China for wobbling the Earth's spin with that giant dam and the water weight. It's not that. And it's not. Japan had an earthquake, an 8.9, I think it was, in 2011 that disrupted the day and made days, I think, longer, but days shorter now, and we can blame the moon for that. I did see that, Greg. The moon.
Yeah. 1.3 milliseconds longer or shorter.
Yeah, so get to it, right? Snap to it. If you wanted to get stuff done, this day's going to be over before you know it. I mean, 1 minute you're freezing in your jacket and you're sweating, then it's over. Then it's tomorrow.
Well, they say, the scientists say that the length of the day on Earth increases about 1.7 milliseconds a century. And then it adds up. So we could have a full 25-hour day instead of 24-hour day in another 200 million years.
So all you got to do is eat well, live right, exercise, get 8 hours of sleep, drink enough water. And if you live that long, you'll finally get your dream come true. When the people who say, if I just had an extra hour in the day, I could get it all done.
Yeah, you'd waste it. You'd spend it on your phone.
You probably would. Well, 250 million years from now, we won't even have phones. We'll have implants or something. We'll figure.
I don't know. It could be like what is that famous story where the guy goes back in time and all the time machine, where it could be like the time machine where you go forward all this time and there's been some kind of apocalypse and people have had started to evolve all over again.
Yeah. You go forward in time only to find you've gone back in time. We've started. And
then he comes back and he goes back forward to that time again, but they notice he's taken 3 books out of his library with him to, start humanity over again. And they leave you wondering, well, if you're going to start humanity all over again, which 3 books would you take?
Oh,
Boom, and that's the end of the movie. It leaves you thinking, well, what 3 books would you take?
Yeah, they better be crucial.
Yeah. the first 3 Harry Potters, maybe.
Oh, come on. You got it. Not for entertainment. You got to, you know what? One of them you should take, and we're going to have the author on the show here in a day or two, is homesteading. That story yesterday, that homesteader, Ashley Trudeau, I think her name is, up there in Cody. I would take that. How to be sustainable. Make your own homestead. That should be one of the books. So the movie never told you what the books were?
No, that it leaves it to you.
Oh.
It's they asked the question, well, what 3 books would you take?
Interesting.
Makes you think. If you're
to
starting
start
humanity, what 3 books would you take with you? I have no clue what I would take.
Really?
How to build a smartphone.
Yeah, all you care about is the phone, man. You'll have the phone back.
I think that's all anybody cares about.
You'll starve to death. You'll be the only guy on the block, the only guy living in his cave that has a phone. So you'll be the first one to die because you haven't figured out how to kill a dinosaur to eat. How to field dress a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Well, I don't think the dinosaurs came back.
Oh, well, they do in my movie.
Okay.
How to kill your meat, self-sustainable hunting. That's the book you need. But no, you're going to be on your phone reading Harry Potter's on the Book of the Month Club.
Yeah. Of course, there's nobody doing anything that you could look at your phone with.
Right. He was like, oh, Roger the caveman next door hasn't posted in a month. Not since he had that photo of him dragging his wife home by the hair.
You don't have Facebook anymore. It's Face Cave. You just
yeah.
chisel it out on the wall of the cave.
Today's pterodactyl update. Giant flying raptor claims 2. Roger's 2 kids carried away by... Oh, yeah, there's no dinosaurs. Yeah, I forgot our game. Yeah, today is going to be short. That's what we're trying to say. Like, get on it. Hurry up. Because today has been shortened by the moon. Pretty interesting. You know who we have on the show today is, what should I ask him? It's ESPN Sports Center anchor and our friend Gary Streisky. Gary got his start down in Cheyenne, doing a little TV, radio, sports stuff in the Cheyenne, Laramie, covering UW Pokes games. Moved on to Houston, Texas, where he covered all the Houston major teams, the Rockets, Astros, etc. And then his latest stint was in Boston, which I'm going to have to forgive him for. He was a Red Sox. He worked for Nesson and did Red Sox Patriots. Yikes.
Well, those Red Sox, yeah, the Red Sox beat the crap out of the Rockies yesterday.
Ooh.
Which it wasn't a surprise.
No, Yankees won. Got a lot of runs. 10-3. So Gary and now is with ESPN since 2017, and he'll be coming to Cheyenne, Wyoming, kind of a return homecoming later this month to anchor a special portable show. The ESPN's doing 50 states in 50 days. They'll be at Cheyenne Frontier Days. We'll talk to Gary what it's like working for ESPN. Ask him all kinds of sports. He covers everything. He talks about everything.
I think working for ESPN, it must be exactly like working for a Cheyenne TV station.
Times 10.
I'm sure it's exactly the same.
Oh, man. He gets to hang out with some cool people. In fact, you know what he said? A quote of his. He said, I get to meet some real stars of sports, including Brandon Nimmo. And then he named somebody else. I'm thinking Brandon Nimmo is another Wyoming guy. I hope you discussed that you both spent time in Cheyenne. I'll ask him that.
Yeah. I wonder what, because he's not like a main anchor.
Right.
You know, he's not like a main anchor, but he's there and he does a lot of stuff. I wonder what the most obscure sport or event or anything they've had him cover.
Well, you know what he just
They do some stuff.
Yeah, they do all kinds of weird stuff. You're like, how is this a sport? And we just talked about it. ESPN, as part of their 50 days in 50 states, they were in New York on July 4th to cover the hot dog eating contest. So we don't call it a sport. We thought it was kind of bizarre.
Yeah, well, I think, doesn't the E stand for entertainment? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. We can ask Gary. I bet Gary doesn't know either. He works for him.
I bet you he does.
He'll be all right. I'll ask him. You know, and he also, now he was assigned 50 days. You're right. He's not the main anchor.
Yeah, it is entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment, sports, and programming network.
Okay.
Entertainment and Sports Programming Network. That's what it is.
So they do have the entertainment aspect.
Yeah. So entertainment can be anything that's, I guess, mildly entertaining.
Yeah.
Like wife carrying. Maybe they should do that on ESPN.
I'll tell Gary, I'm like, you missed it, man. You missed the Manchester wife carrying competition. Should have been here earlier. He all kinds of ESPN people who work for them are assigned, some of these 50 days and 50 states and 50 days. Streisky will be doing Cheyenne Frontier Days, and he'll also be doing he'll get to go down the Grand Canyon. How fun is that? Call that work. And he'll be in Arizona for that, obviously, and he'll be in Colorado at Coors Field covering not a Rockies game. I can tell you that.
I'll be there for the Savannah Bananas, I'm sure.
So will Gary Streisky. Yep. The Savannah Bananas, that's August 8th, I want to say. Something like that. August 5th. No. Yeah, Savannah Bananas are really popular. August 9th, yeah, Coors Field. Cool. So we'll talk to Gary. We'll ask him all kinds of sports stuff. Will the Rockies ever win again? Things like that. Claire McFarland's story about the cosmetic surgeon who's been sued is, whoa, kind of gross.
Yeah, it's these women, their claims are pretty graphic.
Very graphic. You thought your coworkers was bad. The woman in the cubicle next to you who pops out her breastises to do the pumping thing because she just gave birth. What if there's maggots falling out of her breastises? Oh, man. That is kind of gross. Yeah, the other one went through a nip and tuck body change, make mama hot again, or some business. A lighter, balanced, confident you claims new beautiful you. That's the business that this cosmetic surgeon worked for, and he's facing 2 lawsuits, one for a supposed botched breast reduction, another for making a woman who gave birth. She was going for the hot mama on the loose treatment where they give you your hot body back. But it didn't work too good.
Yeah, it's not a joke what these women have gone through, man. I mean, what they claim they have, and it's pretty. Man, the thing is that when they brought up the problems they're having, their claims is that they were just told, "Oh, it's fine, you're fine," or whatever, and it just got worse and worse, and and to the point of they if there's truth to it, man, the clinic and the doctor and stuff. I mean, I was reading through this and I'm thinking, this is not stuff they want a jury to see.
Oh yeah, you better settle.
I mean, there's 2 sides to every story and everything, but I mean, It's it makes you it sure makes you think twice about having cosmetic surgery. That's for sure.
Speaking of that, have you seen Zac Efron? What the heck? Oh man, you got to Google him up. I don't really know who he is, but when you see him, you're like, oh yeah, he's been in like movie TVs or whatever.
I've heard the name.
Yeah, go look at just Google Zac Efron and look what he looks like today. Unrecognizable.
I don't know. There are people who like do so much cosmetic surgery that there's like, yeah. Or they just, or there's those people who take it to extremes, like they want to look like something, and so they just keep doing procedures. And wasn't it I don't know if it was ever confirmed, if it was just a rumor or if they ever confirmed it, but like Michael Jackson had so much that his nose fell off, and so he had a prosthetic nose or something.
Yeah. He was also doing the hyperbaric chamber, thought he could live forever, freeze himself. Amanda Bynes is one who, I mean, she used to be pretty. Now she's hideous. But she's one who doesn't realize what she's doing. Not that she's not mentally. She's lost track of what was the base. You know, when you keep doing stuff, you know, puffing up the lips, raising the cheeks, and pretty soon you forget what was my original, what was the baseline me. And yeah, Amanda Bynes has gone way off. Zac Efron, I don't know what he's doing. Anyway, yeah, these.
Do you remember? People say it really impacted her career when what's her name? From Dirty Dancing and Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and she got the nose job. Grey.
Oh yeah. Did she get a nose job? Elizabeth Grey was in her name. Oh, I liked her nose in that movie.
Jennifer Grey.
Yeah. She got a nose reduction.
She kind of had a bump in her nose.
Oh yeah, I see her.
Made fun of her for it and stuff. And then she got a nose job, and what was weird is that it seemed to have like kind of hurt her career and stuff. Yeah, Vanity Fair did a story. Jennifer Grey says nose job almost ruined her career.
Oh wow. Yeah, she got a totally different nose. Listen to us talking about Jennifer Grey got a nose job. Like, that is a quote. If you were to just pluck that out of context, you would think we were doing The View. Yeah, here's the morning podcast in Cowboy State Daily. Jennifer Grey got a nose job? What kind of soundbite is that?
Dryden, did you see those shoes she was wearing with that dress?
And girl, those shoes.
He's wearing white after Labor Day. I can't believe it.
So many faux pas to cover, so little time.
Before Labor Day, I don't know when you're supposed to wear white. Who cares? Just wear white whenever you want to.
No, I adhere to that rule though.
I usually don't wear white though because it just gets dirty.
Yeah. Definitely.
I had a thought once, a line of shirts, and what you do is you make them the exact color of food, so that like if you're wearing a red shirt, then for lunch just have spaghetti, because it's going to end up on it anyway.
All right, Kramer, the inventor Kramer Johnson. It's going to invent clothes that look like food you intend to eat that day.
Spaghetti sauce red.
So the spillage is not noticeable.
Right. Mustard yellow is really mustard yellow. When it drips out there,
it's genius. Purely brilliant. The two young ladies we're talking about that are suing, Afton Jennings, Casey Duncan, both filed civil complaints against Christopher Stewart, who is not practicing in Wyoming anymore. He's apparently gone to Montana, where he is allegedly dismembering people up there.
No, not the. He's.
Or
I
what?
don't know what he's doing up there.
Oh, not
But,
right. Yeah, well, hopefully we know where he is because, yeah, this is serious. We're talking about women that were like their fever was spiked. They had a fever because they had an infection of some kind, allegedly. And they would call the doctor's office and they're like, I'm 99. And they say, oh, that's not high enough to worry about. Or they'd say, I have a rash. Could that be the antibiotics you gave me? And they're like, oh, take Benadryl. Like, didn't appear to address these two issues, but we're only seeing the one side. We'll see how it shakes out. Good story from Claire McFarland, though. There's more, and we'll get to that in a moment. I got to take another break. Greg, what's your plan?
I'm okay.
The intruder's there again, huh?
Oh, I thought so. It was just a cat.
Oh, bad. One of these days, we're going to catch the crime right here live on Zoom radio. Okay.
Yeah, if I could just get him to come and stand right here in front of the webcam to commit the crime, that would be great.
We identified you. Yeah. All right. We'll see if Greg's abducted or not. Let's wait 3 minutes. See if he's still sitting there. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
We're back to it in studio with Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. This is the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Carolyn chimes in, says it keeps me informed on my state. Great, Carolyn. Glad we can keep bringing Wyoming to you. Every day, that's what we do. I like this story. I don't like that it happened, but I like the outcome about the 4-H kid had their 4-H shed or whatever it is where they kept their supplies and the feed and all that burned up. Fireworks believed to be the cause. 2 Glen Rock 4-H club families said total loss. They lost everything. These kids got to show their pigs here in a couple weeks at the fair. And
yeah. I mean, just glad it was like the shed and not the barn or something.
yeah,
that the animals weren't in it. But yeah, that's it's a bad story, but it's a good story too. So.
Right. The Bowmans and the Wolves, their kids, without so much as a pig whip. And they do mention a pig whip in the story. Don't worry, they don't beat their pigs with a whip. That's the thing. They tap them on the butt when they're trying to get them to face up to the judge. So they're being judged, for that blue ribbon. They got the little pig whip. They got, thanks to Douglas Feed, they donated a whole bunch of bags of feed. Other people came forward in the community. Glen Rock, tight-knit community. Everybody came up, did what they could for these kids. They're going to show their pigs, which are fine. They weren't in the fire. But the fireworks, man, that's the second structure we hear caught on fire, suspected fireworks being the cause. Hope it's worth it. Playing with
I thought about that over the 4th with my my neighbors on both sides going at it. And I thought, man, something's going to land on my roof or whatever. And take me out.
Something's going to catch. Well, thankfully, it doesn't look like we're caused a major wildfire in the backcountry, but there's at least 2 incidents of fireworks maybe starting something in town on fire. I don't get it. They still do rustling in Wyoming. Stolen horse, maybe. I saw this post online, and then whenever I see it, I read it a day later from Andrew. We must get the same analytics in our social medias. I saw this on Facebook or somewhere. This woman said, I think someone stole my horse and a foal she was about to give birth to. This horse doesn't wander off. It's not lost. Blondie got horse rustled.
Yeah, that's what I think. And I guess the horse was either really pregnant when they took it or had just given birth, but no horse or foal out there.
And the sad part is, if it was stolen for resale, which apparently is like practically a business, an industry, there are states that don't require brand inspections still. I can't believe that. So there are ways to unload this horse. This is probably easier to sell a stolen horse than it is to fence hawk jewelry. I mean, if it's too easy. This horse is branded. Bear.
That's the idea. Horse jewelry. Let's start making horse jewelry. Bling for horses, like chains for the necks and nose rings.
You have every barrel racer in the world standing in line with their handful of money. Yeah. Genius idea. Clothing looking like food, horse bling, horse jewelry.
Hey, we yesterday we talked about the pharmacists having the pharmacy workers being the least happy in their jobs.
Yeah,
and I found the guy who's in a worse job.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they call him Rymac. I think I didn't even know his full name. Rymac is his nickname. Yeah, he's played 1,000 games with the Colorado Rockies. He's got to be the most unhappy guy in his job.
He would report the lowest job satisfaction.
What? I mean, wow. What did you do bad in a previous life to be 1,000 gamer with the Colorado Rockies?
I mean, the odds of ever playing in the big leagues, he's got a dream and the dream turns nightmare when it comes true, but not really. 1,000 games with the Rockies. Yeah, you should get some kind of medal for that. Some award. You and I both visited a pharmacist yesterday. I've talked to my pharmacist. So you know what I found out though? I feel bad. I did tell the pharmacist. I said, you're in an occupation that has the lowest job satisfaction. And she said something like, "Oh, you don't have to tell me that." And then I had her go get the super strength allergy meds, but I was calling it Sudafed. I meant to say Claritin D, like I got it. So I said I need the Sudafed, and they give me something. And I'm like, "No, Sudafed." And they said, "You don't understand. Sudafed is not a name brand. It's just other manufacturers make what is Sudafed. It's the same ingredients," they're telling me. And I'm thinking it doesn't work. It doesn't look like the pill I know works. Duh. I wanted Claritin D. So I was making the pharmacist's life not the best it could be. It was my fault bringing their job satisfaction down. What about you? You ran into a pharmacist.
Yeah. I brought it up too, and he was he said, "Yeah, he said it's not is not as bad as some people think. However, he's he wasn't sure he would still be doing it in 10 years.
Yeah.
Would still be doing it. And then we made a joke about, well, it's hard to please everyone when all your customers are on drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, we said it's hard. I see very little job reward coming from it. Sometimes the boss will give you a pat on the back, or if you're in another line of work, your client wins a case, or if you're a medical, your client gets better. If you sell somebody something, they're happier because they got this new thing. But as a pharmacist, when do you ever experience a good day? Like, oh, I got great feedback. That was I did good today at work. It's like never. It's always probably a negative.
It's always
experience,
and it's because I think they're all big conglomerates now. There really no mom and pop pharmacies anymore. They're all bought out or put out of business, and then they do the thing where they put everything, so much business going through, and they cut staff, and then if nobody's happy there, they leave, and so you're short staffed already. So you're probably already way behind before you even open every day, and people wait, and so they get cranky. And
I could see that. Then you got people like me who say, "Get me Sudafed." Did you mean Claritin? Oops. Yeah, and why do they have to stand higher up? They're always elevated from you.
I don't know.
We ought to find that out. There's got to be some.
I never noticed that.
No, you never noticed that's like a common thing.
I just go through the drive-through. I order it through the app.
Oh,
and I go through the drive-through.
I don't do drive-through. Yeah, the pharmacist, it's like a noted thing. Pharmacists have to be higher than you. They're up elevated, so you can't see them counting pills or something. They're always up higher. I don't know why.
I don't know. Just to look down on you, Jake.
We could ask him. I mean, that should have been my first question. I have to go back there and actually get Claritin D. So this time I'll say, why are you so high? And they'll say, "Are you accusing us of sampling the product?" No. I'm like, no, they're on platforms. They're raised above the common folk. I don't know why that is. All right, we got one more minute. What else on your mind?
I saw something funny.
Yeah.
Someone said that the Lakers are going to erect a statue of LeBron James out in front of their stadium or in front of their arena. And it's a statue of him all laid out like he's just flopped.
Like he's hurt. He's the biggest sissy, man. You can barely touch him and he goes down. Do you think he's played enough now with the Lakers? Is he linked to the Cavaliers anymore, Cleveland, or is he a Laker?
I don't know, but there's that's the thing, though. Will the Lakers? He could get traded. Because the Lakers, their future is now not. It's not LeBron. It's who they get last? Luka.
Yeah,
Luka Doncic?
somebody. And
yeah, they got that superstar from Dallas.
Yeah, LeBron.
And that's the one they've got to build around now, not LeBron.
True. All right, we got to bounce. Have a great Wednesday.
All right.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A Ukrainian man who was driving a commercial truck through Wyoming when he caught black ice and crashed into another truck, killing its passenger, was sentenced Tuesday to 90 days in jail and 1 year probation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Boris Bakhtarov was also fined $1,000 and ordered to pay court costs and fees. The sentence was for vehicular homicide, a misdemeanor to which Bakhtarov pleaded no contest on Tuesday.
His attorney talked about him coming here from Ukraine on kind of a humanitarian visa because he was having a hard time finding work during the war, was from a lower economic strata, and ultimately he did get the 90 days. It's not a very hefty charge penalty-wise if you have this crash into someone and they die situation. The defense attorney referenced the political firestorm that was erupting around the time Bakhtarov was charged to pull non-English proficient truckers from the roads.
Bakhtarov came to the U.S. in 2023 under a U4U, or United for Ukraine visa, designed to offer humanitarian temporary refuge for people fleeing the war in Ukraine. At least for now, an unpopular proposal to increase the number of acres people must own to qualify for landowner hunting tags is apparently off the table. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department recommended against the proposal, leading up to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission's meeting July 15th in Casper.
Those changes, at least for now, as far as the Game and Fish Commission, are off the table. That's not going to happen. That doesn't mean this topic is going away. It's still open. The legislature could still take it up, both this proposal to raise the acreage required to get a landowner's hunting tag, and then also in a separate but related matter, the legislature also might take up whether folks can put their landowner tags up for sale.
The Game and Fish Landowner Tag Program allows qualifying property owners to apply for 2 hunting tags for each of certain huntable species. To qualify for tags, one needs to own at least 160 contiguous acres in a draw-only hunt area for each species being applied for. 2 Glen Rock 4-H Club families say the local community has rallied around them after a Saturday fire claimed a shop that they relied on that housed 4-H supplies, animal feed, a boat, and other possessions. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the community's generosity means that for one of the families with children planning to show pigs at the Converse County Fair starting Saturday, the show will go on.
They had friends over that had kids, and they had sparklers and little firecrackers, and they had thrown the refuse into a garbage can in the shop, and then that started a fire, and they lost a lot of things, but among them was 4-H kind of things, feed for pigs, and other things that a family that was having their pigs on their property, and they were helping with 4-H, lost. A lot of people have come out of the woodwork to lend them 4-H supplies so that by the time the Converse Fair comes around on July 12th, that these kids are going to be able to show their pigs.
GoFundMe campaigns for each family have been set up by the Sand Creek 4-H Club, a one-day fundraiser at Sips Coffee on Monday across multiple locations in Wyoming, also aimed to help the families with a percentage of sales. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
people across northern Colorado are mourning the sudden and shocking death of a local celebrity struck by lightning on the 4th of July. Larry, a 15-year-old camel owned by the Oren family, was a regular fixture at public events in northern Colorado for more than a decade. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that public events in the Steamboat Springs area won't be the same without Larry the camel.
He appeared in live nativity scenes and parades. He visited local senior citizen centers to just brighten their day. He was hand-reared by a family down there, and so he had a really gentle disposition that made him safe around kids and around old people.
It appears that Larry was instantly killed, which is some small comfort for everyone who had come to love the compassionate camel. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends. So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Trending story this morning on social media for Cowboy State Daily is the Ukrainian truck driver, tractor trailer driver who was sentenced to 90 days in jail for an accident that took the life of another trucker or trucker companion that was in the sleeper cab. It is getting a lot of response online. 328 engagements, 163 comments, 42 shares. Cowboy State Daily story on Boris Batirov. He's from the Ukraine in the United States on a special program under the Biden era, we will say, that allowed for folks suffering persecution, suffering under the Russia invasion of Ukraine. It allowed those kind of people to come over and seek refuge in the United States and work here in the U.S. on a 2-year work visa. Typically, your work visa lasts, 6 months? Your HB2 or whatever it is. This special U for Ukraine. U number 4 and then U again. United for Ukraine, a visa designed to offer humanitarian temporary refuge for people fleeing the war in the Ukraine. Boris was here on that 2-year visa driving truck. When he hit a patch of black ice, the truck jackknifed, went into a spin, hit another truck, because that's kind of how, that's pretty much everything out there on Interstate 80. Trucker. He crashed into a red Freightliner truck, this back on March 15th in the morning. He killed its passenger and injuring its driver, James Byer. James Byer doing the driving. The passenger was in the sleeper cab part of the truck, pronounced dead at the scene. That was a 70-year-old woman. What is her name? Couch is her last name. Mary Couch, 70-year-old. So the judge sentenced Boris Batirov. We'll just call him Boris because I'm probably not saying that last name right. Sentenced Boris to 90 days. A lot of people online think that's not enough. They can't believe that, for vehicular manslaughter, you have to either be driving illegally, which Boris was not. He had a CDL. He was driving legally. Or it has to be proved you were negligent in some way in your driving to get this vehicular homicide. It's a misdemeanor. Without the plea deal that Boris got, and that he did settle for a plea deal that the judge was not bound to honor, the judge could have accepted the plea deal or could have came down with a harsher sentence, and Boris knew that making the plea deal. The judge ordered Boris 90 days in jail, fined $1,000, ordered to pay $220 in court fees. A lot of people are saying 90 days in jail for killing somebody? That's not enough. Others are saying, who amongst us has not gotten in an accident? Who amongst us has not dealt with black ice? And for those of you who maybe aren't from around here, aren't from Wyoming, black ice is the notion that icy surface can pop up very quickly in conditions where you may not be aware of it. It could be above freezing and you'll still get black ice on the road. It is just a patch of ice and you don't see it because the road is paved, the pavement's dark and the ice, the water on it is dark, takes the color of the pavement. It just looks like dry pavement to you. Sometimes you'll see headlights flash on it. You'll see a glare, and then you'll finally realize, oh my goodness, I'm not driving on pavement. I'm driving on ice. That's a sheet of ice. And you can encounter these, somewhere where the wind's blowing. You could be driving on I-80 and this dry road or just wet road. And then all of a sudden you'll hit a spot where the wind has blown across and frozen that water. This is May 15th, so it may be one of those things where, most of the water was water, and some of the water where it was shaded or blowing could have been ice. Rawlins Circuit Court Judge Susan Stipe did honor the plea agreement that was cooked up between the prosecutor and the defense attorneys. That agreement is 90 days in jail. So a lot of folks saying that the agreement was Boris would plead guilty to, I think, second-degree vehicular manslaughter. And the judge did honor that and made the sentence of 90 days. And some folks saying that's not enough. Others saying, look, that could happen to anybody. Hitting ice and going into an out-of-control spin. The reason why it wasn't deemed just an accident is because Boris did admit, he said he was only going 55 miles an hour. His attorney, Randy Lemke, said Boris was going only 55 in an 80-mile-an-hour zone when he caught the ice and did everything he could to maintain control of the rig, including gripping the wheel and braking. However, the prosecuting attorney said, wait a minute. In Boris's own admission, Boris's own words, he said, quote, he admitted to closing his eyes and doing nothing, not even braking, as the vehicle jackknifed and spun. And Lemke, the defense attorney, came back and he said, well, at some point in those few seconds, my client, Boris, realized he was not able to regain control of the vehicle. He believes that's when, in a split second, he closed his eyes. He knew the crash was coming. He said, I can't tell you for sure. Boris is here in the U.S. trying to make money for his 20-year-old daughter who's back in Ukraine dealing with the war, and his mother who's terminally ill with dementia, 75-year-old mother. Boris showed remorse at the sentencing, said he wished he could undo it, etc., etc. But it is big trending story in the Cowboy State Daily. A lot of folks chiming in with their comments, either not enough time with the sentence, because we've been talking about this when non-English speaking foreign born people come over here and drive truck, get into accidents. It's under previous administration, the law enforcement was told to overlook the fact that drivers may not be able to read or write or speak English. And now Trump is coming the other way with this, saying English proficiency or get out of the cab. I don't know Boris's proficiency with English, whether that was a reason, because if you can't read the sign that says don't use your cruise control, that could be a problem. And those signs pop up on Interstate 80. Discontinue use of your cruise control in certain areas where you're likely to encounter black ice. If you got cruise control on, you are going to get out of shape for sure. I don't know if Boris, I don't know in the story whether if he speaks English or not. Claire talks to Wendy about it. Maybe she'll drop that knowledge or not. Let's see. Here's Claire with Wendy.
A Ukrainian man who was driving a commercial truck through Wyoming when he caught black ice and crashed into another truck, killing its passenger, was sentenced Tuesday to 90 days in jail and 1 year probation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Boris Bakhtarov was also fined $1,000 and ordered to pay court costs and fees. The sentence was for vehicular homicide, a misdemeanor to which Bakhtarov pleaded no contest on Tuesday.
His attorney talked about him coming here from Ukraine on kind of a humanitarian visa because he was having a hard time finding work during the war, was from a lower economic strata, and, all these struggles. And ultimately, he did get the 90 days. It's not a very hefty charge penalty-wise if you have this crash into someone and they die situation. The defense attorney referenced the political firestorm that was erupting around the time Bakhtarov was charged to pull non-English proficient truckers from the roads.
Bakhtarov came to the U.S. in 2023 under a U4U, or United for Ukraine, visa designed to offer humanitarian temporary refuge for people fleeing the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, there is no mention. I'm looking at the story as well. No mention of what English proficiency Boris Bakhtarov had. He did speak to the victim's family through an interpreter, so obviously he must not speak English very well, if at all. He said, "I understand I will have to live with this for the rest of my life. I deeply regret about what happened. I wish the victims' families were here. I would do absolutely anything to help them, to help alleviate their pain," Boris Bakhtarov said through an attorney. So obviously there's not the English proficiency there. We've been talking about that. Would that have helped at all in this case? Was there one of those variable message signs that said don't use your cruise control? I don't know. Boris was not under the influence of anything. He wasn't drinking or drugs. He was clean. Just an accident, but an accident with a foreign, non-English speaking semi-truck driver. And that, right now in this political climate towards foreign-born truckers, yeah, that's not a good look. To see the 90-day sentence, some people are a little bit outraged on social media. Others are saying, hey, an accident's an accident is an accident. Doesn't matter what language you speak. We've all hit ice and got out of control in our vehicles before. It happens. Yeah, tough call, but a story that's getting a lot of traction on the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out online. See what you think. Claire McFarland wrote this story. Claire's going to be on a little bit later. We'll talk to her about this story and others. Meanwhile, we'll get into the room and we'll talk to this guy. It's Don Day weather forecast. Don, what's your hat say?
Okay. I knew you might ask this question.
Yeah, it's different.
This is Welsh for Wales.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've got my UK hat on today.
You got, yeah. What kind of foreigner we got forecasting the weather here? Welsh for Wales.
Yeah, they do not have 26 letters in their alphabet.
Wait a minute. Wales like Wales is Wales a
Wales
country?
like the Prince of Wales, where King Charles is, the Prince of Wales. That Wales.
Okay.
Not Wales as in ocean Wales.
I thought it was ocean whales because I was going to tell you about the weird behavior of whales lately. Whales have been bringing food presents to humans. Like they'll catch food, they'll eat some fish, and then they'll save some fish and bring it to wash it ashore and bring it to a human.
Huh. What do they know that we don't?
I don't know. They're trying to feed us. I have to read more about that. I just saw a picture of it. The whale had a bunch of food and it was trying to give it to a human. And it was an isolated incident. There's been like 36 documented cases of whales lately trying to feed humans, trying to give us food. Like, hey, you look skinny. Here, try this.
Well, I guess we're out of luck if we get hungry in Wyoming since we're kind of far from finding a whale around here.
We are going to get no support from whales, but you're all about supporting whales with the ball cap. I like it. I see. It's a weird train of thought to follow. Weather-wise, we're going to be super hot. Might see our first triple digits of 2025. Thank you, Torrington. Torrington's always the first to get there, it seems. But yeah, hot day today.
They're right on the Nebraska border. They're on the North Platte River down. It's one of the lower parts of the state.
Yeah.
So that's perennially one of the hotter places, but it's temporary because after today, temperatures start to back off some. And we've been talking about this cold front coming on Friday, and boy, it might snow in the high Bighorns and Beartooth Mountains again.
Oh, really? When is that going to happen?
Tomorrow, Thursday night into Friday morning.
Okay. We're
not talking about a lot here, but
but still.
But yeah, here we are. It's probably going to snow 12 months out of the year in those northern Wyoming mountains. Now, that happens more often than you think.
Yeah.
This is pretty strong cold front. Temperatures on Friday will be 60s and 70s. That's it. So, yeah, we might have somebody hit triple digits today, but it's a very mini heat wave.
Okay. I was going to hold you for you're going to be bound over and held on bail for what you did to Larry the Camel. And then I found this story happened in Colorado. So we don't have the jurisdiction. Larry the Camel was hit and killed by lightning.
Yeah, I saw that. That's sad. And, I'm glad you brought up lightning. We just saw the big floods in Texas and we know Ruidoso, New Mexico hit hard with a flash flood yesterday. In addition to flash flooding in this part of the country, which is a real risk, it's a real danger. Lightning is right up there, and lightning injures and kills more people every year in this country than tornadoes.
Yeah, lightning
and it's kind of flies under the radar a little bit. So I always want to just remind people that Larry, it was just his time. It's one of those things, but we can do a lot to avoid getting hit by lightning around here by, just playing it smart when we get into thunderstorm season like we are now.
Yeah. And can you do the old 1,000, 1,000 when you hear thunderclap and then between the lightning and the thunderclap?
You can, but remember this is a good rule of thumb. If you hear thunder, you're close enough to be hit.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you're even 4 miles, right? Or is some.
Lightning, you think the weather's unpredictable.
Yeah.
No, where lightning decides to go, where lightning decides to hit things is impossible to really try to pinpoint. And so it is. If you look at the statistics, people struck by lightning every year in the Rockies collectively is a lot. You mentioned Florida, I think last week, about the lightning strikes that happened down there. We don't get nearly as many, but in Wyoming, a lot of times you are the tallest object. Right. A mountain peak might be, 10 miles from you. Okay.
Yeah.
But for the lightning and where the thunderstorm is, someone who's 5'10" is standing out in the field, you're the highest object. And you don't have to be the highest object either to be hit. That's a little bit of a myth is that, well, I wasn't the highest object, but because lightning also travels along wire fences, it will travel through telephone lines, all of those things.
I was going to ask you to snopesify some of these old myths and old wives' tales regarding lightning. And one of them, like if you are out in the backcountry in the middle of nowhere, do you get under a tree or not? Does that mean, are you making yourself a target by hiding under a tree? You want to get away from the rain too. So should you go under a tree? And then I've heard, depending on the kind of tree, lightning might be attracted to trees with high water content. I don't know.
Well, yeah, a lot of times you don't have a lot you can do. And obviously a lot of times you're in a heavy downpour of rain and you get under a tree to get away from the rain. But even getting under a rock ledge is no guarantee. We've had people hit underneath rock ledges before. The best thing you do is make yourself as small a target as possible. Now, this means getting wet, but you want to get crouched down with only the balls of your feet touching the ground, which means your toes are touching the ground, but not your heel. And you just kind of curl up and just make yourself the lowest target possible, but don't lay flat on the ground because the electricity can go and travel through the ground as well. But what you want to do is avoid the situation to get yourself in that position. But that's what happens to a lot of people. A lot of times I'll see hikers start the ascent to that mountain peak at 11 a.m. And it's just like, no, that may not end well.
Yeah. You got too late to start. And they're right to to postpone or call a break in the old Little League baseball game. If you hear thunder, see lightning around, you got to get in cover, right?
Yeah, wait, it'll pass. Be patient. Patience is something that we're not really good at sometimes.
Yeah, I know. I'm not patient enough to keep talking to you. We got to go. Go Whales. Either kind. Don Day, the day weather forecast. Lightning, yes, serious business. If you hear thunder, you're close enough to get hit. Find cover. I don't know if you should turn off your electronics if you're in the house. Did your mother ever tell you don't be on the phone? That's back when we had wired phones. I remember that. You weren't supposed to be on the phone during a lightning storm because the lightning could hit the house and come up right into your phone. Most of the houses have these lightning rods on them that'll catch lightning and then shove it down into the ground. You don't want to be in a bathtub when the lightning storm comes, right? And you're supposed to turn your electronics off, like turn your TV off because lightning will come in the house through your cable TV and then blow up your flat screen. I heard a lot of stuff about lightning. Probably only half of it's even close to right. But it is dangerous and lightning's a killer. Just ask Larry the camel. The 15-year-old camel is no longer with us. We'll talk about that next. Andrew Rossi's story. Larry the camel hit and killed by lightning. On that note, Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Picks it back up after this short break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice. Yeah. July 9, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show. Andrew Rossi will be on in a moment. We'll talk about Andrew Rossi's stories, both of them involving animals, a horse and a camel. Camel is just a horse of a different color, right? First, I want to get to the Claire McFarland story. Or do I? Claire's going to be on too. Maybe I should save it to when she's on and we can talk it out. Oh, so many stories, so little time. Okay, let's go to this Claire McFarland story. Another one. This story also trending super hot. Supernova trending on Facebook. 2 men wanted by ICE arrested in Wyoming with 80 pounds of illegal drugs. Both men of Ecuadorian descent, or at least that's the passports they had on them. Ecuadorian passports. ICE has been looking for these two guys. It took Wyoming Highway Patrol to nab them for a simple speeding ticket. I mean, if you got this much drugs in your vehicle, you cannot be speeding. I'm not sure what the thinking process is there. 22-year-old, maybe this is the reason. You're 22 and 21 years old and you're high as a kite, allegedly. 22-year-old Edgar Vega, 21-year-old Pedro Vega, both wanted by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, said a Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office spokesman. Sweetwater County is the one that has that pretty tight relationship with ICE. They have the ICE facility where they can hold immigrants on charges, hold them longer term. A woman was with the two Ecuadorians. She is not currently wanted by ICE, but she was in the car with them. Iris Niola, 23-year-old. ICE did not return a request for the trio's immigration status. We don't know if they're in the country legally or not, but they did have Ecuadorian passports. All three have been were charged Monday with drug-related offenses. It all started with Wyoming Highway Patrol Trooper Clancy Gines traveling west on Interstate 80 when he saw a black sedan heading east the other way at 80 miles an hour with a shattered side mirror. Okay, so you got vehicle damage. And, well, I don't even know that they were speeding. 80 miles an hour on Interstate 80 could definitely be the speed limit. The stop was made just because things didn't look right. I'm not sure. But, the mangled side view mirror, that might be a problem. The driver at first failed to yield. Gines flicked on his emergency lights, but it was 2 miles later the driver finally pulled over. Were they finishing that joint? Or had they already finished the joint and it took such an effect they didn't even see the lights on in the back? We've all seen Cheech and Chong, right? Hey, Ma, you see something flashing in the back? I need my cop. Where's my police? Yeah, that's probably what we need is that. Hey, man, do you see something in the back there? Yeah, I think I see lights, man. 2 miles it took them to pull over. That's a little bit of time. Guides approached the vehicle, and boy, he wasn't anywhere near it yet when he smelled raw marijuana. Overwhelmed him, he said. Woo! Boys, you stink it up in there. The affidavit said he noticed the small jar containing raw marijuana. Since when did we start calling it raw marijuana? Marijuana is a plant, marijuana. He just saw some wacky weed, which is illegal in Wyoming. This is not Colorado, lying at the passenger's feet. The driver identified himself by using an Ecuadorian passport, said it was his brother. His brother had a joint. Oh, what are brothers for but to throw each other under the bus? Pedro Vega provided his Ecuadorian passport and said, it's my brother with the pot, my brother with the joint. Dang. Female passengers sat on top of the back seats, which were laid down because they were carrying so many drugs. Niola was given the crappiest seat in the vehicle. You watch the drugs, Niola. Gines and another trooper searched the vehicle, found a grinder containing marijuana, a jar containing marijuana, 4 trash bags containing several large packages wrapped in yellow plastic wrap. The photographs show a significant amount of something believed to be drugs. I mean, I don't know if I would know what heroin looked like if they saw it, but they had heroin, allegedly, reportedly. Lots of it, too. Dang. What else did they find in the vehicle? They found so much that they just called the drug team in to take the drugs out of the car right on site rather than even risk trying to get it all. Crystal meth they had in there. Cocaine, meth, fentanyl, heroin. Wow. All the tests were done. All the drugs were analyzed and weighed. 63 packages of crystal meth weighing over 74 pounds. 2 packs of coke at 2.5 pounds total. 1 package of fentanyl pills, over a pound of that. 1.5 pounds of heroin. 1 bag of raw marijuana, 8.5 grams. 1 jar of raw marijuana, 137 grams. This sounds like the recipe to a really good weekend. How do you bake a cake? How do you make a really great weekend I'll never remember? 63 packs of crystal meth ought to do it. 2 packs of cocaine, 1 pack of fentanyl, 1 package of heroin. Everything basically the Vegas had in their car, allegedly. They're looking at 1 count of conspiracy to deliver meth, 4 counts possession, 1 count each for the drugs, meth, fentanyl, coke, and heroin. Yeah, they're looking at a long stint behind bars, assuming we can hang on to them. Remember the other guy and his girl traveling with all the ammunition? The guy had so much ammo, it was weighing down his suspension system. He said, "Oh, we're just bringing it to the range. Wife and I like to shoot a little bit." A little bit? He had enough there to keep the Russian-Ukraine conflict going for another few weeks. And he was released in his own recognizance. And guess what? Nobody's seen him since. Duh. Yeah, I would not keep a close eye on these guys. Allegedly. The Vega brothers charged with, all these counts of drug possession, intent to sell. Don't know if they're in the country illegally or not, but they did have Ecuadorian passports. Interesting. Claire McFarland will be on later. We'll talk about this story and more with Claire. First, though, we got to take a quick break, and I'm hoping to talk to Andrew Rossi. That'll be fun right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're back with the Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday edition. Andrew Rossi is with us. Andrew is fresh off the 4th of July parade where he was calling the game, play-by-play of parade. I've done a narration station at a 4th of July parade, and I can remember it was it pretty much like what you did at Cody when you see like the fire department come by? Well, I don't know if the fire department was there at yours, but you say, you know, that fire truck can hold 30,000 pounds of water, put out a fire in 5 minutes. What was it like? Is that what you did?
More or less. It's based on the information that's provided by the entry, so I don't know a lot of fun factoids I can throw in about things I know nothing about, but I always have time for a snide remark if I can work one in there. I think my favorite this year was I love the smell of leaded gasoline in the morning.
Yeah. A lot of, like vehicles that are pulling floats, or the vehicles, the parade event themselves?
Oh, just a bunch of old vintage vehicles that line the route. Because when you've got an old car, it's the best place to showcase it. And the fire department did participate. They had a historic fire engine and their hose cart, but that was all.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And it probably wasn't even warm enough to be throwing water at each other anyway.
It was quite pleasant. I don't think anyone would have complained if they had gotten soaked by something, but I mean, it certainly wasn't a day where you're craving it.
I saw Kay Pope post this on social, and I thought I should tell Andrew. Nah, Andrew will find out. And sure enough, Kay Pope of Wheatland missing a flashy-looking Palomino mare who was about ready to bust out with a foal, and she's pretty sure this thing didn't just walk off. Is this horse rustling?
She believes that it is, just based on the information that's been presented. So her evidence, as far as it's concerned, I think a lot of horse people would agree with her, is that horses don't leave the herd. They just don't decide they're going to up and go one day. So if there was an event where the Palomino, which is named Blondie, by the way, I found that out. If Blondie had somehow gotten over the fence, she would have gone back to the herd, or at least attempted to at some point. And they got a drone. They searched the surrounding area. They did not see any sign of the horse. So that leads them to the conclusion that she believes it probably, but it certainly could have been stolen.
Yeah, and they have 46 acres to cover with tall grass. So she could have foaled and you wouldn't even see the foal maybe for a while. Even the horse might be hard to find if it was laying down. But they've searched it pretty good, like you said, with drones, neighbors having come forward saying, hey, Blondie's over here. Like, this certainly looks like that horse got taken by someone, and it's not unusual. I mean, that still goes on this day and age.
Yeah, and the thing I spoke to with the Wyoming Livestock Board is that it's in an increasingly mobile society. It's easier for people to recognize those opportunities and take them and get in and get out quickly without being spotted. And Kay mentioned that there's been a suspicious-looking truck that several people have noticed in the area that she believes might be associated with it. So maybe the horse will turn up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, statistics show it's still going on. How many horses are believed stolen every day? I mean, it still happens. And this horse was branded, right? But that doesn't mean, you're free and clear. There's some states that don't do brand inspections. There's horses that are branded that somehow show up at horse sales anyway.
Yeah, you can go into a state that's, or it's just like a lack of cell phone coverage in that sense. They just don't do brand inspections. So the horse was branded, and that report has been submitted to a brand inspector, so they know what to look for. But the horse could turn up in a sale where they don't do those kind of inspections. So it's not a fail-safe in these circumstances.
Yeah, well, I hope she gets that horse back. Yeah, I mean, I hope that somewhere down the line somebody's going to try to sell this horse. Do you call it fencing when you're trying to unload hot property and the property is a horse? If someone tries to fence this horse,
I'm not sure. I mean, I guess it would apply.
Yeah, I mean, sooner or later that you can't. Oh man, that's a good looking horse too. She said it's papered, and like if you wanted to, have a nice papered horse, but whoever stole it probably didn't know that. They were probably just attracted by the Palomino. It's a good looking horse.
Yeah, that's what Kay thought too. She thinks that the appearance was enough to attract it. And if it had a foal with it, then, 2-for-1 deal, because the foal's going to follow the mom on wherever the mom goes, even if that's into the trailer of a horse thief.
Yeah. Oh man. Andrew Rossi has that story about maybe horse rustling, and Andrew's also killed a camel. How could you, Andrew? You didn't do it. Lightning did it.
Well, I think Thor is more responsible for that than I am. I don't make them. I just call them.
Yeah, Thor. Larry the Camel. We'll tell you, how popular was this camel? He's been at, a handful of weddings. He's done all kinds of parades and carnivals. Celebrity, even has his own social media site. Larry's somebody.
Well, it doesn't take much to be the top camel in northern Colorado because there just aren't many camels out there. But from the perception I've gotten speaking to people and just getting the reactions on social media, a lot of people knew Larry and they had a fond affection for Larry. It's just like with anything, you have nostalgia for things that you see repeatedly. And Larry had appeared in a bunch of parades and carnivals, as you mentioned. He was just a regular sight around town that people came to appreciate. So the fact that he suddenly died in such an unexpected way, that's hard for a lot of people. And it's especially hard for the owners who hand reared him from, I was told, as early as 3 months.
Yeah, I would imagine, which makes him so mellow and good around people. Follow the hashtag Larry the Camel. He was everywhere, unfortunately. He was on an episode of Dr. Jeff Rocky Mountain Vet, which you can watch on Animal Planet. So Larry the Camel was pretty famous. How are they pretty sure it was lightning that killed him? How do they know that? Like they saw him all torched up?
I don't think there's any other viable explanation. I mean, I didn't get many details, and I'm sure the owner would have more details, but the owner's a little distraught at the moment for understandable reasons when you're that attached to an animal. But we get afternoon thunderstorms in Wyoming. I assume the situation would be the same in Colorado. And from what I've heard through the grapevine, it's one of those things that nobody wanted to go on the record for this story, but livestock getting struck by lightning, it's a fairly common occurrence. I mean, lightning always looks for the tallest point, and if you're a camel standing on a hill in a field or a pasture, you are the tallest point in that spot. So, I mean, it doesn't take a huge leap in logic to understand how this might have happened.
Poor Larry. I just had a conversation with Don Day about that. Lightning wants to find tall things. Larry the Camel looked pretty tall, probably taller than even the horses or whoever he was out there in the pasture with. I like your story about Laramie County Sheriff.
In many respects, he was outstanding in his field.
Poor Larry. Moment of silence for Larry. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak, our buddy, he's hoping to bring that mounted patrol back. We have a citizens mounted patrol here in Jackson Hole, and it's really cool. People love to see a cop on a horse or anyone on a horse. But there are a few reasons why you might be able to do your job of law enforcement easier, better on a horse, besides just it looks cool and it looks Western.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at just the obvious things, a horse elevates you. Like you can be sitting in a car, but you're at, the seat level or of the car that you're in. But a horse, you're sitting taller, you're sitting above any crowds that you're in, so it's easier to spot things. But also, I think a lot of people find a law enforcement officer on a horse more approachable because, everybody likes a horse and everything. And so if you're able to come up and pet the horse and talk to the law enforcement officer, there's a great means of bring the mounted patrol back, is because it's a great way for his officers and his deputies to relate with the community, because the horse is a good bridge.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of livestock stories for me lately.
I know. You've gone all animal. Community outreach, so super important. Yeah, people all of a sudden now see a police officer as somebody other than the one who's going to put you in cuffs. He's got on that nice horse and you want to pet him. It's definitely a cool aspect. Crowd control, I've seen it work when guys on horseback, they get crowd control compliance a little better than the dude standing on the ground with a plexiglass shield. Nobody wants to move away from them. The horses, you want to give them some room, I think.
Yeah, well, even I know a lot of people who don't respect law enforcement, and I certainly don't agree with that stance, but it's hard to find somebody who doesn't respect a horse.
Yeah, horses are big. So to do this, to get in the program, I've seen them do the training here in Jackson, and I think Brian Kozak talked about what it was like. You got to make sure your horse literally is bomb-proof. He's got to be able to hear car horns, all kinds of distractions that he might encounter, your horse might encounter in an urban environment. So they put these officers through the paces. More importantly, they put their officer partner, the equine, through the paces. One of them didn't quite make the cut.
No, it did not. It bucked its rider off. So they're looking for that good synergy between the horse and the rider, but also ensuring that, as you said, the horse can take in this stimuli and isn't spooked by it, or at least can handle itself calmly, because the officer will certainly need the horse to handle itself calmly in those circumstances. So it's important to vet the horses and make sure everybody's on the same page and that they're going to handle themselves appropriately.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look, about eight of them, maybe. Sheriff Kozak said expect to see these mounted patrol definitely at Cheyenne Frontier Days. That will be a good look. And hopefully, get the program back going in Cheyenne Police Department, where he remembers it used to be a thing and it kind of faded out.
Yep, he said the offer is open to the Cheyenne Police Department. If any of their officers would like to participate in the future, that they're welcome to join. But this is now being helmed by the Laramie County Sheriff's Office. They've taken it under their wing just so they could make sure that it's back. And I think he raises a good point. When tourists come out, they like the idea of, seeing people on horses. And this is a great way, again, for community engagement, to give people what they expect to see, give officers a good advantage, and just add to that, Western culture that we all value so much.
Oh, man, it's such a photo opportunity. And don't think everybody visiting Cheyenne Frontier Days from out of state, back east, another country, won't take the opportunity to get a selfie with that tall sheriff's deputy riding a horse. You were looking good at the parade, Andrew.
No horseplay.
No. You look good at the parade, you and the whatever that guy you took a photo with. That was cool to see you doing that.
Yeah, Mac Frost, he was my fellow narrator on the upper porch of the Irma.
Nice spot to be for the parade. Where are you today? Are you home? Are you in Cody?
Yep, I'm in Cody. I'm staying put for a while.
Okay, good deal. Have a great Wednesday. We'll see you later in the week.
You too, Jake.
Andrew Rossi of the Cowboy State Daily Show and dropping some animal stuff on us. We got the Mounted Patrol, that's horses. We got another horse that may have been stolen from a pasture in Wheatland, a pregnant Palomino. Beautiful looking horse. And then Larry the Camel is no longer with us. That's because Larry was on the wrong end of a lightning bolt. So the common theme in Andrew Rossi's stories is animals, I guess. We're getting to the top of the hour news break. We got to get to a bunch more stories, few more stories we still haven't been able to cover. We're getting there, including does Trump opening the floodgates for coal, is that going to mean coal is back? Well, hang on. Rusty Bell, CEO of Energy Capital Economic Development, says maybe coal will be back. More to do with the market, which Greg Johnson has been saying all along. It has to do with demand, not necessarily the federal speed bumps in front of coal. We'll hit that story next when we come back. Top of the hour news break now.
So I wonder. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. 2 women are suing a former Wyoming cosmetic surgeon and others on claims that the surgeon left them disfigured, one after a bout with necrotic breast tissue and maggots, and another after months of infection. Afton Jennings and Casey Duncan filed their civil complaint Sunday in the Turner County District Court against Dr. Christopher Stewart and 3 other individuals, as well as the business New Beautiful You, along with Memorial Hospital of Converse County and Summit Medical Center. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
One of them had a breast reduction surgery, and the other one had what they call mommy makeover, a set of interventions to restore a pre-childbearing figure. And as they're alleging, devastating consequences followed. One of them saying that her breast basically split and the flesh became necrotic, and they prescribed maggots to eat away the dead flesh. And so she had maggots feeding on her breast and falling out of her shirt while she was at work. And the second one basically said she had this mommy makeover and she had just infections and issues for months afterward and didn't get the kind of care that she needed.
The women are asking for damages, interest, costs, and attorney's fees, and any other relief the court deems just. Fans of Raspberry, one of Yellowstone National Park's most beloved and popular grizzly bears, fear that she's dead, perhaps killed by another bear. Wildlife photographer and Raspberry devotee Debbie Dixon told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that Raspberry apparently hasn't been seen for about 2 months.
Raspberry, she's kind of on the level of being the 399 of Yellowstone. She's gone missing early June. There was a female bear carcass found in Yellowstone National Park, apparently killed by another bear. So some folks are putting 2 and 2 together, and they're afraid that they've lost Raspberry. This comes right on the heels of last fall, 399 was hit, and then one of her cubs was hit in May, and then also in May, Grizzly 1063 lost 2 of her cubs. So been kind of a rough period for our grizzlies.
Dixon said that if the female grizzly carcass is Raspberry's, it's thought that she died defending her cub. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act that President Donald Trump signed July 4th is already making waves in Wyoming's coal-rich Powder River Basin. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that industry advocates see new opportunities on the horizon, even as uncertainty hovers over future demand for more coal.
Sources I spoke to today, this is just further proof that there's a real 180 going on when it comes to leasing land for coal development on federal land. The question remains, and we spoke to a number of experts today, is there the demand that can really rise to exploit this huge resource of coal in the Powder River Basin?
According to people tracking Wyoming's coal industry at UW, as the market for coal continues to evolve, the recent legislation appears to emphasize keeping open coal leasing opportunities, whether or not there's an immediate need. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
2 men and 1 woman with Ecuadorian passports were arrested Saturday on claims a Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper caught them speeding through Sweetwater County with around 80 pounds of illegal drugs ranging from meth to heroin. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 2 men, 22-year-old Edgar Narvaez Vega and 21-year-old Pedro Narvaez Vega, also are both wanted by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE.
According to the trooper's narrative, the scent of raw marijuana just overwhelms him as he's approaching the vehicle and he sees marijuana. So then he gets to search, right? Because marijuana is still illegal in Wyoming. And so he gets to search. And according to the affidavit, there's so many drugs in there that he's like, whoa, let's get this back to the ranch and then we can weigh and test and process everything. There were allegedly around 80 pounds of illegal drugs, mostly hard drugs, like 75 pounds of methamphetamine, and then the rest rounded off with heroin and cocaine and fentanyl, and then a little dusting of marijuana.
The Sweetwater County Deputy Attorney charged the 3 Monday with drug-related felonies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Wednesday. Claire McFarland will be with us. She's been busy, got a lot of stories at the Cowboy State Daily you should check out. We talked about the Ukrainian truck driver just a little bit. We've also barely touched on the cosmetic surgeon facing 2 lawsuits. We have, what else have we talked about? Landerman. Yeah, that's about it. So let's go back, get the story's author. Let's go to our journalist, Claire McFarland. Claire, what a sort of some gross things in that lawsuit story. Lawsuit claims Wyoming cosmetic surgeon left women mutilated, disfigured. This guy was working for an outfit called New Beautiful You, which I think, are they like a chain?
I don't know. It's a Casper. It's a Casper clinic. I didn't see any indication it's a chain, but I honestly don't know.
And the surgeon there is no longer there, but it is Christopher Stewart. And the women have some horrific experiences with what he did with them. One, I think, was a breast reduction. The other one was to make a new hot mom out of you. And that kind of went wrong. In both instances, the women are saying that the surgery left them with problems, and the problems began immediately and didn't seem to be addressed. Allegedly. Yeah, explain. I want, in your words, talk about the whole maggot out of the breast thing, and I can't even.
Right. So, excuse me, early. The surgeon and the clinic haven't counterfiled yet. So we just have the one, there's a complaint and you give the civil defendants a chance to comment, but they rarely do. And so then you just have, here's the one side of the story. Let's get this thing going. Is how that always starts in news media, which, sometimes it's like, please comment, but they won't because they often don't. Anyway, I'm rambling. We did not publish the photographs. That would not have been appropriate. But they were striking. I don't know if the adjectives I used did it justice. And I tried not to be flamboyant. So I had to walk that fine line of not being flamboyant in news reporting, but also doing these photographs justice. And I guess if I'm allowed to be more vivid on the radio than I'm in print, I don't know. One of the photos, it seemed as if the breast was almost inside out and you could see the maggots feeding on flesh, somewhat the shade of my shirt, perhaps a little more maroon.
Yeah, I've heard of that being used as a medical procedure. It sounds like leeches from the medieval days, but I've heard of it, or sticking your dirty feet in the water and letting piranhas clean them up or something. Or what are those fish that like to eat your toe cheese? I don't know. Now both of us are disgusted. But this is, this is just the photographs alone. You show this to an arbitrator and they'll be like, oh yeah, you got a case. It's weird. Where is the doctor now? He's in Helena, Montana. Is he still doing this kind of surgery? What is he doing?
Yeah, that I couldn't. The complaint says he set up shop there under a new business identity. So yeah, that would indicate this kind of work. I talked to him on the phone. I found his phone number and he declined to comment. So yeah,
yeah, that's probably the right legal move. Do you know? These are just two. Do you have any sense of how long he was practicing there and how many women or men that he must be clients who are not filing a lawsuit against him, who are okay, who are satisfied with their procedure? Any idea of like what percentage had gone wrong with these two?
Yeah, New Beautiful You announced him coming on board like around 2022. So I remember from my cursory Google, there is a lawsuit pending out of Florida that I could I noticed it after I published, and I was like, well, I'm actually kind of glad that I didn't notice it until after I published, because this story was just so big in its own right.
Yeah.
It was so big in its own right. And just maybe, but anyway, where was I going, Jake?
A sense of how many procedures he did and did well, presumably.
We only have that from the comments. Like a lot of women in the comments were like, he did mine and I look great and I feel great and I'd go to him again. And so, yeah, so sometimes just humanity is trying to adumbrate the true nature of things through anecdotes. And sometimes those end up in court. And we just have to, and that's why there's discovery and an adversarial process to get to the truth.
And might it get a little convoluted with who is overseeing who, because the lawsuit does name the actual surgeon and a registered nurse and the business New Beautiful You, as well as Memorial Hospital of Converse County and Summit Medicals, because these procedures are done under their purview or something like.
Yeah, you tend to sue whoever has supervisory power, whoever may have where anywhere there was neglect in the chain of supervision or potential neglect, anywhere you could discern neglect in that chain of supervision, you just go for it. Because I've seen major, a very significant to me, in fact, major U.S. Supreme Court case that I believe came to a head in 2023, where the big question, the High Court said, we can't answer that because you sued the wrong people. You didn't sue this kind of agency, and so we're not going to hear your question that you've been waiting 6 years to hear the answer to.
Well, hopefully the Aetna-based Edwards Law Office, Jack Edwards, has his ducks in the row. He's filed suit on behalf of Afton Jennings and Casey Duncan. Afton, Casey, just feel it's just so bad for you. But we had a personal injury lawyer on yesterday, and I'm like, this is the kind of thing where, yeah, people deserve some kind of compensation. Allegedly.
Who was the attorney?
Oh man, I got a whole bunch of Benadryl in me now, and I can't remember anything that happened more than 5 minutes ago.
Are you still peeing kidney stones?
No, I had it taken out.
Good.
Are
you okay?
I had them go get it. I'm glad I did. I'm fine. Thank you. Yeah, okay. I just could. It wasn't just a teeny jaggedy made of glass, I'm assuming, kind of a stone. But it was tiny. Like, I shouldn't have been complaining so much, but it was 3 months and I couldn't get rid of it. So yeah, I had him go get it.
Sorry.
Snatch it out of me. No, now I just have seasonal allergies and I've over medicated. But the guy he's up in Cody. I'll think of his name. He's in Gillette. Seemed like a real nice lawyer, and there's not many of them.
Was it Stephen Titus?
No, it was not.
Oh, because he filed the big suit against Legacy here recently. Okay. Yeah, I wondered.
No, it was not him.
Okay. I don't know. I work in this space all the time. I love court. There's two sides to every story, and sometimes it's hard. It's hard to get over the legal hurdles, right? So like Jack Edwards had a note in the complaint, like, look, I know usually I have to jump through this hoop to sue a governmental entity like Memorial Hospital, Converse County, but here are the exceptions that I think apply. And so it's interesting. Once you are better versed in the technical aspects of anything, it's interesting to see those little mechanical provisions that I told the governor's spokesman yesterday that lawyers are the mechanics of the white collar world. And you do see that. You do see those technical provisions and tweaks and fixes. And that's the part that I enjoy. And I try not to let the issues and the controversies actually permeate me.
That's a good, astute observation. Let's move. I have a question about this story. So we're going to go to the Ukrainian truck driver sentenced. This story is trending on Facebook big time. And
oh, boy. Okay.
For the most part, people are saying, and I'm assuming everybody heard the background. We talked about it at length earlier. The Ukrainian truck driver got caught on some black ice, got into a jackknife spin, hit another truck. That trucker was injured. There was a woman, 70-year-old, in the back in the sleeper cab. She was killed. And we're looking at vehicular homicide, vehicular misdemeanor.
Yep. It's a 1-year misdemeanor.
So, Boris Batirov in country from Ukraine on a special 2-year visa program. You can argue that if you want. I just want to know what constitutes an accident, like act of God and weather, because the trending comments on the story were 90 days for killing somebody, not enough. And, especially for a foreigner. And then the other ones were like, who among us hasn't got in an accident, like got on black ice? It's really
hard. I'm so glad I was not that prosecutor. This is what I've told you. This is the place where the consequences of an act and the laws and the penalties that you're actually comfortable applying. This is the DMZ and a prosecutor's soul. It's where you have to take the hits yourself. It's so hard because there's this woman that was reuniting with her granddaughters, her grandkids, and her family, and had her life partner, and they were driving a truck together. You know, she'd gotten to a place where she was set, and she's gone now. But on the other hand, the guy caught black ice. According to his attorney, he was only going 55 and 80. So it's like, how do you bridge? This is what prosecutors are for: is to lay down their souls, to bridge the gap between, what could be happenstance, and what is a terrible loss of life.
And
that's hard.
And all you can really do is apply the law. And the law says, I think, to get to vehicular manslaughter, he's either got to be driving illegally, like with no CDL, and I don't think that was the case, or he has to be negligent in some way. And then there was, well, maybe the negligence is in the fact that he didn't do his very best to avoid an accident. He admitting to at one point just closing his eyes. I would imagine, like a lot of us, like, I'm going to hit something and there's nothing I can do about it.
That's why your lawyer says don't say anything to the cops. But it's hard because there's a person dying there and you want it. Let me find it for you.
Yeah.
Title 6, offenses against the person, Article 1, homicide. It's hard because there's a person dying and you want to be as helpful as possible, and there's cops there and you trust cops, and you're in this country, and the cops are among the people keeping you safe, and it's hard. But that's why your lawyer says do not say anything.
Yeah.
So I can't give legal advice, but if there was any legal advice, I would feel comfortable hedging. It would be okay. Let's find it. Homicide by vehicle 62106. That's aggravated. That's not the thing.
Yeah, and we're obviously with this kind of thing, we're not talking about any kind of intent. There's no intent. It's just a matter of how
criminally negligent manner.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not I ran my ex over with my car.
Right.
That's not,
which we've seen
which we've also seen multiple times in this business.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, the side piece just ran over the boyfriend when she was in an argument with the ex-wife.
The current girlfriend ran over her boyfriend allegedly while trying to flee an argument with the ex-wife over child custody at 1 a.m. right after 4th of July. So that's side piece.
This side, but was married and he's with another girl now who he's not married with.
That's your piece.
The new piece.
The new piece.
We're getting caught up in facts here. The sequel. Oh my goodness. We got to have you on more than once a week. That's good. That DMZ in a prosecutor's soul. I got to go back and just replay this. Claire, you are magical. Thanks for all your insight. Claire McFarland, Cowboy State Daily Show. She's got a whole bunch of stories, a lot of them dealing with crime, court, and that kind of thing. Yeah. Find out more. Add your comments on Facebook. Add your comments here on the show. You can always text us on our studio line, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot us a text. Tell us what you think about what we've been talking about this morning. We're coming right back with more guests after this break. Stay with us.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we welcome into the Zoom room, into the discussion, Warren Meyer. Warren is, you may remember, the subject, maybe not the subject. The subject only weighs like 7 pounds in this story, but he stinks to high heaven. Warren's going to tell us more than we needed to know about stoats. I didn't even know what a stoat was or what they called them. I don't think you did either. But Warren had a stinky stoat in the garage. And tell us how you first knew you had something going on. Was it the garage? You had some kind of project out there. You working on the Camaro, or what are you doing out there in the garage?
No, I actually in my free time, which I have a lot of right now, I got laid off, unfortunately, but I build design high-end custom furniture.
Oh, nice.
So, and I only make a few pieces a year, if that, just depending on work schedule and things. But, the timing of the pandemic, when we built our house, we're about 5 miles north of Cheyenne. We're going to build an outbuilding, so I'd finally have a workshop from the one-car garage I had in town, and the lumber price kept going up and down. So the workshop is the garage, at least for now. So, I was loading up my truck, and the flies and heat out here are really bad. So I just opened it up, threw a couple things in, jumped in the truck, shut the door, ran off, did my stuff, came home. And then that evening, a couple hours later, I went out to start working on a table, and I saw something dart underneath the workbench. What in the heck? And I leaned over and I went, it's not a mouse. This is my first thought. The thing's kind of big, and it almost looks like a ferret. So I went and grabbed my son. I said, you got to see this thing. I don't know what it is. And we walk out in the garage, and there he is, about halfway out of my workbench, just staring up at it, just like, hey, guys, what's going on?
It's not even scared.
It was the cutest thing ever. I'm just like, okay, now I want to keep it. It's like a stuffed animal or something.
Yeah.
So he darted back under there, and we remembered I still had a live trap. We kind of made a strategy, went inside, and, I should have done some homework, because I went and grabbed a piece of ham, which it could care less about. As I later read, they're red meat fans. So the ham was not going anywhere for that guy. He could care less. So we went out, trying to figure out where to put the trap. Couldn't find weed, had broomsticks. We're going underneath everything, and it's a 3-car garage. Bunch of workbenches, but it shouldn't be that hard. There's a couple messy piles, but nothing. So just stumped. I kind of put it by where we'd seen them earlier. And then later I saw a sign on my workbench, and I have metal leg workbenches. I'm like, I must have just left a mess. There's no way that thing could have crawled up the metal legs. It just, no way. Well, it did. And it climbed from there up a tool wall rack, like not steps, nothing fancy, no shelves. Climbed up that thing, got around to my shelves that are just up on the wall, free floating. Jumped from one up to another, up to another. The garage ceilings were like 10 feet high. Fast forward to the next morning, my wife gets up, here's something going on out there, thinks that it landed in the trap, right? So she goes out, looks around for a minute, and then looks up. It's about 9.5 feet up on a box by a roll of carpet. In the roll of carpet, jumps down onto another box and just kind of hanging out, just looking at her like, hey, I'm up here. This is great. Thanks. Like the accommodations.
Yeah.
She went inside, said 5 minutes later, all of a sudden there's something at the garage door, just scratching or something, and our dog started losing its mind. It had hopped back down, ran over there, tried getting in the house. I guess it liked her. It was lonely. I don't know. I was out there alone all night and needed some company, something. So she came and got me and went back out and looked around for a while. Finally, it darted out from one of my tools. So did a little research this time. She got some good pictures, so I could kind of make an initial Google search on it. Use Google Lens to look up pictures. And that's the first time I'd even heard the term stoked.
Yeah.
So rebaited the trap with little ground beef. And when I went back out, I couldn't find him again. I don't know, he went up, but left it out there, went down to my office here to do some training and look for jobs and things. Went out a couple hours later, and there he was. And, the garage didn't really smell bad at all. It's like, okay, it seems like maybe there's an animal in here or something, until he was in the trap. And he let us know that he did not want to be in the trap. And that's when the smell started.
Ooh. And what do you best describe that smell as? What is it like?
It was kind of a musky, poop-scented thing.
Yeah.
It was unique. It didn't really remind me of anything. It was definitely something that was not something you come across. It's not like a skunk or anything that you would, okay, it's similar to that. It was different and pungent.
Yeah. Just that little guy. And was he like freaking out in the cage or pretty calm? Like the whole time he just looks back at you like, what do you want?
Yeah, he kind of was. He when I went and picked up the trap to move it over so we could get some pictures and things, he's kind of hissing at me. He wasn't happy.
Yeah.
But sit it down, and then he kind of, he made a couple grumbles, and then he just kind of walking back and forth like, what's going on here? Seemed pretty chill except for the smell.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the video got posted out on CSD, but I have about a 25-second video or so. And he'd kind of do a little growl, and then he'd kind of coo. Just kind of this little weird little noise. So it was interesting, kind of. It's like he chilled out a little bit once he was kind of out in the open, and we were just taking a couple of pictures and videos. I think he's seemed okay with things. So kind of stopped the hissing anyway.
Yeah. Oh, he's so long, he or she, long and skinny. I am looking at the video. Like to me, I'm like, oh, that's a weasel. But it's a stoat.
A stoat. The Google description. Now, I'm no wildlife biologist by any means.
Yeah.
Said that it's also known as a short-tailed weasel.
Yeah.
The correct term, I guess, is stoat.
Stoat. All right. So, maybe if you are looking for work, pest control, you did that pretty good. Yeah, the one mistake of the ham, but once you figured it out, you're like, oh no, hamburger. Now you know.
Yep, exactly. Hopefully we don't have to do that again. But
yeah,
it was fun. It was kind of neat, and it's not something someone once out here where I live said they saw a ferret. I bet this is what they saw.
Yeah,
'cause I thought it was a ferret. I didn't know the difference at all. So
totally ferret. I would say, I'd say ferret also.
Yeah.
Stoat, and maybe neither of those have the anal sac glands. Maybe that's just all belongs to the stoat. Tell the animal lovers out there what you did with the stoat. Stoat lives today still. You didn't you didn't hurt him.
Absolutely. I'm a softie. I love critters just in general. We last year had mice going across. I've got a bug zapper out there for the moths get so bad over the kind of covered-ish back porch patio area. The mice figured that out real quick. They're going across the patio back and forth, getting all the moths that were falling.
Oh, yeah.
And there were mice like crazy. I haven't seen a single one this year. Not a single mouse. So I'm hoping our little friend had something to do with that. Maybe some of his buddies are hanging out around here too. So I just went to the side door of the garage, put the trap on the little concrete pad, open the door, and go for it, buddy. Keep those mice down. Help me out.
So probably he could not have gotten out of the garage himself unless you left the door open. He could have run out, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's insulated, and the garage doors were well sealed and all that, just because I use it as a workspace every day. So try and keep the temperature kind of controlled and all that. So no, it's sealed up pretty tight. There's no way he could have got in or out without me opening the door for him. So.
Well, maybe he'll hang around outside with fond memories of that juicy hamburger and do some mouse work for you right outside the property. Yeah.
I hope so. I think he's been doing a good job if he's the one taking care of it, because they sure have disappeared. So.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Warren. We just had to know what a stoat smelled like when it was anxious.
It's got enough attention now. Hopefully, I wish I could have bottled it up. Maybe I could have sold some of that online or something.
It's a cute looking critter. I'll say that. Warren Meyer joins us from just north of Cheyenne. Thanks, man. Have a great Wednesday.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it. Take care.
You bet. He was in this story. You got to read it. Mark Hines, our outdoor reporter, wrote it. Rural Cheyenne garage invaded by stoat with active anal glands. Warren Meyer found out just how stinky stoat can be when they're a little upset. Checked out that story, the Cowboy State Daily. Be right back after this quick break. Stay with us this morning. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
We're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily show with Jake, and good to have you along. Jake Ivanoff is going to be popping in a moment from 307 Real Estate. We're going to talk a little bit of real estate. Real estate business, crazy. At one time or another, you're going to need a real estate agent buying, selling property. And we'll talk to one of the best real estate agent of the year in 2022, by the way. First, let's pick up a little this day in history. Should we do that now? Let me think if I got time for it. Maybe we'll skip that and go to this story I want to touch on about the two. We missed talking to Claire with this. We ran out of time. This is another Claire McFarland story. Two guys wanted by ICE arrested with 80 pounds of illegal drugs in their vehicle. Wyoming Highway Patrol pulled them over on Interstate 80. And the two guys are brothers who showed Ecuadorian passports and had a carload, allegedly, of a lot of drugs, a wide variety of drugs. The trooper who pulled him over originally saw his side view mirror smashed up. And he turned the lights on. These guys didn't stop for like 2 miles. Finally, they pulled over. Brothers, 22 and a 21-year-old, Edgar Vega, Pedro Vega, both wanted by U.S. ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They produced Ecuadorian passports, so it's not clear whether they are in the country legally or illegally, but ICE did want them. And Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office was holding them for ICE. ICE did not answer a request to know the legal status, the immigration status of the two men. They were wanted by ICE. One female in the car as well was not. Iris Niola, the 23-year-old, yet all three are going to be up on charges for having drugs in the car, and that's intent to sell and possessing. 5 felony charges for Pedro Vega, by the way. 1 count for meth, 1 for fentanyl, 1 for cocaine, and 1 for heroin. The intent to deliver all 4 of these drugs. Those are the big 4, right? The big 4 of today: heroin, coke, fentanyl, meth. Also, they had some marijuana in the vehicle. 74 pounds of crystal meth, 2.5 pounds of coke, over 1 pound of fentanyl pills, 1.5 pounds of heroin. Yeah, they were rolling heavy. The two brothers, they're facing a whole bunch of charges, including the immigration, ICE wanting them. So we'll see how that turns out. That story from Claire McFarland. We just ran out of time to talk with Claire about it. Fire destroying Dale Killingback story. Fire destroys a Glen Rock family shop where 4-H supplies were being stored. They're just a couple weeks out from the county fair, and these kids are showing their pigs. Now, thankfully, the livestock wasn't burned up in this fire, but the shed was burned to the ground. The shed contained everything they needed for the pigs, the kids, and doing the 4-H. That included feed and supplies for kids, the little everything from halters to fly control, fly abatement stuff. Two of the kids participate. I think it was two families. I don't know how many kids each they have. Two Glen Rock families participating in 4-H. Both were keeping their pigs on this property. Corey Wolf talked about it, and along with Cody Bowman, her son and daughter are good friends with the Wolf family. Both those kids had their pigs at the Wolf's property, and they lost their 4-H supplies. They lost everything. Fire believed to have started after the kids were messing around with sparklers and firecrackers on the 4th of July. They were throwing them away, but they were discarding them somewhere on property, and that caught fire. So obviously these fireworks weren't quite out yet. GoFundMe campaigns have been set up for both families, the Bowmans and the Wolves. The Sand Creek 4-H Club, they were both members of, and already the community has stepped up big time. The Glen Rock community, they've pitched in. The folks over at Douglas Feed donated 10 bags of feed for us, which was amazing, said Cody Bowman. Anything we really need, Glen Rock has put forth for us, so we're going to be okay as far as the 4-H goes. I was really stressed in the beginning. It was a hard blow, very emotional for a few days, said Cody Bowman, but just been wowed by the support of her community that has stepped up. She doesn't like to be, she feels uncomfortable being on the receiving end, but she said, I am so appreciative, very unexpected, mind-blowing how the community has stepped up and cared for the family. Includes pig feed, show brushes. Since when do you have to brush a pig? Show whips. That's the little whip thing. I've never seen anybody like hauling after a hog with them show whips, but they're always tapping them to get the show, get the pig to move. Move over here, pig. And they tap, and the judges love it when the kids use their pig whip. Fly spray, antiseptic, veterinary medicine, all the stuff that was in that shed that just burned up. Glen Rock community has come forward and really stepped up. That's a cool story from Dale Killingback. Positive outcome to a negative start, which was the fire. Dale and Wendy sounded like this.
Rallied around them after a Saturday fire claimed a shop they relied on that housed 4-H supplies, animal feed, a boat, and other possessions. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback reports that the community's generosity means that for one of the families with children planning to show pigs at the Converse County Fair starting Saturday, the show will go on.
They had friends over that had kids, and they had sparklers and little firecrackers, and they had thrown the refuse into a garbage can in the shop, and then that started a fire, and they lost a lot of things, but among them was 4-H kind of things, feed for pigs and other things that a family that was having their pigs on their property and they were helping with 4-H lost. A lot of people have come out of the woodwork to lend them 4-H supplies so that by the time the Converse Fair comes around on July 12th, that these kids are going to be able to show their pigs.
GoFundMe campaigns for each family have been set up by the Sand Creek 4-H Club. A one-day fundraiser at Sips Coffee on Monday across multiple locations in Wyoming also aimed to help the families with a percentage of sales.
Well, good outcome, as positive an outcome as there can be with that fire. And a little heads up that the Converse County Fair gets underway here July 12th. That's coming up right this weekend. And I bet I know whose pigs might fetch a record amount We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that fair. Everybody's county fair should be getting underway here pretty quick. Teton County Fair towards the end of the week. Charlie Crockett sold out already. I was going to go get tickets, and I waited too long to see Charlie Crockett, the living Texas legend. He's like the hottest thing going in country music, real country music. Charlie Crockett out of Texas. I knew it'd be a popular booking. But I didn't think they would sell out. Wow. Should have moved faster. Let's take a look at this day in history, find out what happened this day, July 9. Not too many things, but some things. Colonel Henry B. Carrington leaves Fort Reno on this day. He's headed for Piney Creek. And he's going to select a site for what would become a new fort. And they would name that Fort Phil Kearny Fort. So it was this day that Colonel Carrington left Fort Reno looking for the site. 1866, the year, by the way. This day in 1915, stage robbery in the United States. The last stage robbery. In 1915, back east, things were very civilized. I mean, as civilized as it gets, in New York, Boston, Philadelphia. But out west, it was still the Wild West in 1915. And stages were being robbed. The last stage robbery in the U.S. occurred this day in Yellowstone National Park, when financier Bernard was among the passengers robbed. It doesn't give a name other than Bernard. I don't know if that's a last name or a first name. It's got to be a last name. But the last of the stage robberies took place 1915, this day in Yellowstone. This day in 1934, heads up there in Sheridan. You got a new radio station that came online on July 9th, 1934 at 7 p.m. KWYO first turned on the transmitter. That's exciting. Second oldest radio station in all of Wyoming. I believe K2 is the oldest out of Casper, but Sheridan's KWYO. Second oldest, and commenced operation this day, 1934. The original studio location, the second floor of Carol's Furniture Store, right there on 340 North Main in downtown Sheridan. They even had a baby grand piano in the studio. They had hundreds of records. They played everything from country to jazz to big band. That's pretty fun. And happy birthday, KWYO. Cheyenne proclaimed to be a city of first class on this day in 1945. Still is. 1982, Madison Museum in Yellowstone National Park was added to the National Registry of Historic Places, as was, in the same year, 1982, Obsidian Cliff Kiosk in Park County, added to the National Register of Historic Places. All these things happened today, July 9. It's time to rodeo, I think. Am I ready to rodeo? Oh, I am not ready to rodeo. Dang it. Let's do Wyoming Game and Fish, and I'll get myself ready for rodeo. See what the latest going on at Wyoming Game and Fish. I know they got the big commission meeting next week, July 15th. A lot of people are going to be going to that. That's in Casper. Wyoming Game and Fish with Ray Hageman.
The Southwest Sage Grouse Working Group is looking for representatives from the mining industry in the ongoing effort to conserve sage grouse in Wyoming. That's next. On the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. The Southwest Sage Grouse Local Working Group is seeking a new member to represent mining interests in southwest Wyoming. The group invites individuals with technical expertise in the mining industry to join a long-term collaborative effort to conserve sage grouse populations and the sagebrush habitats they depend on. The successful applicant will join a diverse group of stakeholders working under a locally developed conservation plan that identifies goals and outlines implementation strategies. The working group aims to improve sage grouse and improve the need for federal listing under the Endangered Species Act. Julie Lutz, chair of the Southwest Sage Grouse Local Working Group, says this is a unique opportunity for someone in the mining industry to bring their expertise to the table and participate in meaningful science-based conservation in sagebrush country. She says we're looking for a committed individual who can represent their sector with integrity and help foster productive discussions and project development. Local working groups operate under a statewide charter and are tasked with developing and implementing conservation strategies at the local level. In addition to sage grouse, these efforts often benefit a wide range of wildlife species that rely on sagebrush ecosystems. Members are expected to read and follow the local working group charter and ground rules, attend meetings regularly and participate actively in discussions, share technical expertise to inform conservation planning and project review, help guide relevant project proposals through the application process, coordinate with the local working group chair and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department sage grouse biologist as needed, and serve as an ambassador for mining interests in sage grouse matters. To learn more about the group's conservation plans and the local working group process, visit the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Sage Grouse Local Working Group's webpage on the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website. Interested individuals should email a letter of interest to Nissa Whitford, Game and Fish Sage Grouse Biologist, at nyssa.whitford@wyo.gov for more information about the application process. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Let's get into the Zoom room. It's Jake Ivanoff, 307 Real Estate. Jake, you're running late. You haven't left us much time. We're going to have to go fast.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I thought I was on at 9. I thought I was early. That was my fault.
Well, we'll do a rapid round.
That's good.
But we do have someone on at 9. I think we have someone on at 9. We can do a replay. We can give you a rain check. But there's a few things I did want to know fast. First off, there's rumor that your very first sale in real estate, before you probably even knew it was for you, was the family farm.
It was.
What a way to start, man.
Yeah, it was. I just started real estate 2007, October. Our family farm had been on the market for probably 2 years. And I put it up. I relisted it. It was just listed. I relisted it and put it in the newspaper, and somebody bit on half of it, and then I got half of it sold. I didn't have the other half sold. And then I had a backup show or another showing while I was under contract, and they asked if we would sell the other half. So I got it all done in the first 2 months. So it was pretty quick.
Good job. Well, if you sell the family farm, everything after that is easy. You can maybe even bring back. And here's something I've always wondered. Since COVID, and even a little bit before COVID, the office space was not moving. Office space sat dead. Is there any reason to believe it's coming back? Office space, brick and mortar retail, that kind of commercial real estate, is it on a rebound maybe?
Well, I don't know. It's definitely still high in demand. I do think, for instance, our office here in Cody, we have, I think 18, 20 agents here, but we have 6 offices because during COVID, we were paperless. Everything went paperless.
Yeah.
And we just use them now as shared spaces. So we have 2 people on floor at all times. And then if you have to meet with a client, there's always just a sterile office you can go sit down, meet in. And when clients come in, they're always like, wow, you keep a really clean, sterile office. So no, it really, office space is still needed. But the ability to Zoom from home and to, work on the go, and it's more the ability to just be paperless. I mean, we can write contracts on our phones. We can do a lot of things on the go that normally we wouldn't have taken the time to if it wasn't for COVID.
Yeah, we're talking to Jake Ivanoff, 307 Real Estate Agent of the Year, right? In 2022, you deal with manual properties in Park County, Hot Springs, Sheridan County, up there in the north part of the state.
Yep.
Yeah. You also, I want to talk about the restaurant thing. How often does it happen where you get a buyer and maybe the buyer is you, sees a property, you're not sure what your vision is for it, but you work with a real estate agent to figure it out. We just heard about Shoshone, the town hall may become a cardiac clinic, and there's the White Buffalo, Blanca Tatanka and Cody. Sometimes you're not sure what the space might be, but it could be reimagined.
Yeah, a lot of times, like with the Blanca Tonka, it was a cigarette store on Main Street, and we just had a vision to turn it into a restaurant. So we bought that. We had the hotel came with it, behind it. Hotel's really kind of the driving force there, but to turn that cigarette store on Main Street into a really nice, thriving downtown restaurant, really dressed up at downtown. No, there were no complaints on Cody Classifieds, and we did that.
Yeah. It was a great move. Success story. All right. Well, we gotta run out of time already, Jay, because we up against top of the hour. We'll pick it up again.
Sorry.
We got to talk with you again. That's fine. I want to talk about all your volunteer work. This guy's on a ton of boards. He's Lions Club, volunteer firefighter. It's not only to make connections who may be buyers and sellers, but he's a people person. That's why this guy's so successful. I'll tell you secrets out now.
Perfect.
He cares about people.
Yeah, real quick, average days on market, and Cody's 167, and average home price is 464, in case anyone's wondering. So
cool. Have a great
Have a good
day.
one.
We'll get you again.
There's a lot of need in the world.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A Ukrainian man who was driving a commercial truck through Wyoming when he caught black ice and crashed into another truck, killing its passenger, was sentenced Tuesday to 90 days in jail and 1 year probation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Boris Bakhtarov was also fined $1,000 and ordered to pay court costs and fees. The sentence was for vehicular homicide, a misdemeanor to which Bakhtarov pleaded no contest on Tuesday.
His attorney talked about him coming here from Ukraine on kind of a humanitarian visa because he was having a hard time finding work during the war, was from a lower economic strata, and ultimately he did get the 90 days. It's not a very hefty charge penalty-wise if you have this crash into someone and they die situation. The defense attorney referenced the political firestorm that was erupting around the time Bakhtarov was charged to pull non-English proficient truckers from the roads.
Bakhtarov came to the U.S. in 2023 under a U4U, or United for Ukraine visa, designed to offer humanitarian temporary refuge for people fleeing the war in Ukraine. At least for now, an unpopular proposal to increase the number of acres people must own to qualify for landowner hunting tags is apparently off the table. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department recommended against the proposal leading up to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission's meeting July 15th in Casper.
Those changes, at least for now, as far as the Game and Fish Commission, are off the table. That's not going to happen. That doesn't mean this topic is going away. It's still open. The legislature could still take it up, both this proposal to raise the acreage required to get a landowner's hunting tag, and then also in a separate but related manner, the legislature also might take up whether folks can put their landowner tags up for sale.
The Game and Fish Landowner Tag Program allows qualifying property owners to apply for 2 hunting tags for each of certain huntable species. To qualify for tags, one needs to own at least 160 contiguous acres in a draw-only hunt area for each species being applied for. Two Glenrock 4-H Club families say the local community has rallied around them after a Saturday fire claimed a shop that they relied on that housed 4-H supplies, animal feed, a boat, and other possessions. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the community's generosity means that for one of the families with children planning to show pigs at the Converse County Fair starting Saturday, the show will go on.
They had friends over that had kids, and they had sparklers and little firecrackers, and they had thrown the refuse into a garbage can in the shop, and then that started a fire, and they lost a lot of things, but among them was 4-H kind of things, feed for pigs and other things that a family that was having their pigs on their property and they were helping with 4-H lost. A lot of people have come out of the woodwork to lend them 4-H supplies so that by the time the Converse Fair comes around on July 12th, that these kids are going to be able to show their pigs.
GoFundMe campaigns for each family have been set up by the Sand Creek 4-H Club, a one-day fundraiser at Sips Coffee on Monday across multiple locations in Wyoming, also aimed to help the families with a percentage of sales. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
People across northern Colorado are mourning the sudden and shocking death of a local celebrity struck by lightning on the 4th of July. Larry, a 15-year-old camel owned by the Oren family, was a regular fixture at public events in northern Colorado for more than a decade. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that public events in the Steamboat Springs area won't be the same without Larry the camel.
He appeared in live nativity scenes and parades. He visited local senior citizen centers to just brighten their day. He was hand-reared by a family down there, and so he had a really gentle disposition that made him safe around kids and around old people.
It appears that Larry was instantly killed, which is some small comfort for everyone who had come to love the compassionate camel. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back at it here on a Wednesday, July 9. And we're ready I think we're ready to rodeo here in just a bit. First, I want to try to get Jake Ivanoff back in the room, 307 Real Estate. We didn't have enough time with him. See if we can get him back. Zach Sontag usually joins us now, but he can't make it. So we'll switch Jake for Zach if we can do it. Story from Claire McFarland about a Wyoming drug dealer, suspected cartel drug dealer. Like, he's one of the big wigs with Mexico connections. He's just a regular old Wyoming guy, I guess. Gabriel Seth Rogers goes by Gabriel N, I think, right? Gabe N is what is... Yeah, Gabriel N is what his buyers know him as. Allegedly. Law enforcement's been looking for this guy. The 25-year-old Wyoming man was found hiding out in a village in Mexico. And he's been extradited. It was discovered he was wanted. Mexican authorities found him. He's wanted on suspicion of trafficking meth and fentanyl, where he reached a plea agreement, but he jumped supervised probation, took off, and cops have been looking for him ever since. They found him down there in Mexico. According to translations of these Mexican newspapers, Rogers was hiding in a Mexican town. Law enforcement agents closed in on the subdivision where the man was sheltered. They carry out operations, able to pick up Rogers without incident, and he's on his way back to the U.S. facing charges. Rogers' latest known address in Wyoming is in Sundance. He's also spent some time in Rapid City, South Dakota. This was all prior to his 2018 arrest relating to the pawn shop heist of 32 firearms from 4T Pawn in Gillette. Rogers was also allegedly selling guns. Rogers had sold about 8 or 9 guns for one man in particular. He also sold guns to some Mexican guy who said he could carry out a hit on anybody for $1,500. A guy named Xavier, who may or may not be 16 years old. He said he'd murder people for $1,500. So yeah, this Gabriel Seth Rogers, kind of a bad guy. He was originally sentenced to 44 months in federal prison. Later, he was put on supervised release, supervised probation, where he broke that benefit, according to authorities, and was found in Mexico hiding out. Warrant for his arrest was issued back in December 8th of 2022, so he's been there a while. He also involved his mom, apparently, in some drug selling, allegedly. Donna Singleton, who lived near Beulah, Wyoming. She moved drugs at his direction, a source told law enforcement. So, yeah, he's like a real-life drug kingpin from Wyoming, operating in between Wyoming and Mexico, found hiding out in Mexico and on his way back to face even more charges. Good story from Claire McFarland. She has it in the Cowboy State Daily. What other story did I want to get to? We did the grizzly bear. I'll tell you, let's rodeo now while I try to reorganize myself. Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. It's Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the historic Sheridan Wyoming Rodeo in northern Wyoming. Blessed to be a part of that. Today, another conversation with Kelly Timberman. He puts on bareback riding clinics all over the world, and the 2004 world champion bareback rider talks about the biomechanics of being a successful rider. That's next on the Roadshow.
Hi, this is Joe Goggins from the Western Livestock Auction in Great Falls, Montana. As a livestock auction market owner and member of LMA, I believe it's time for our industry to align and drive meaningful changes that will safeguard a future for ranchers. I am asking all who are hearing this to sign on to this effort as we work to achieve and maintain egg-friendly tax policy, improve risk management tools, access to labor, flexibility for livestock haulers, and create support for young and emerging livestock producers. Now is the time. Learn more and sign on at thecommongroundsummit.net.
Cattle producers, Superior Livestock's Video Royale is right around the corner. Join them in Winnemucca, Nevada, July 28th through August 1st for one of Superior's most anticipated summer auctions, where Western cattle country meets nationwide buying power. Consignment deadline is July 11th. It's your chance to market your cattle on a trusted coast-to-coast platform with unmatched visibility and results. Find a rep near you and consign today at superiorlivestock.com.
That's the hardest for me, is just really showing these young men how to use their body correctly and kind of get away from these things, some of these things that these guys are teaching them, because they're not biomechanically correct, and it's actually causing some disconnect on what's right and what's wrong, and so. But I think, as a rider, and as really watching the scores and the PRCA, what I would love to see in the rough stock industry, especially in the horse events, mostly the horse events, is that everything should be based on what's best for the animal first. And I'm talking about the market, I'm talking about how they pull their riggings, where they set them, the type of equipment they use, the spurring technique, where they set their feet, how they spur to their rig and handle, because there's a lot of things in that ride that they're doing that's affecting the animal adversely. And those things that I'd like, somebody to really dial in and look at, because it actually increases the rider's, ability. It helps the animal out, so the horse is better, and those horses stay sounder and good longer. And we know everything's won on the back of an animal, so why not pursue that, know?
An interesting perspective shared by 2004 world champion bareback rider Kelly Timmerman from Casper, Wyoming on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, let's jump to Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who says he's not done with Wyoming election reforms. He wants to bring back paper ballots. Remember, that was so yesterday, paper and pencil ballots. But to guarantee a safer election, we might have to go back to the old tried and true. We can't trust machines, and we can't trust these computers. They have artificial intelligence, after all. Chuck Gray said he's not done pushing election reform in Wyoming, including doing away with electronic voting machines in favor of pen and paper ballots. Another try at banning ballot drop boxes is also in the works, as Secretary of State Chuck Gray makes election integrity his number one concern. A handful of bills were passed in the last session, which could move Wyoming that way. Chuck Gray's happy to be leading the way in election integrity for the nation. It's sweeping the country. Other states doing similar, but Wyoming's out front with election integrity. His office sent nearly 20 proposed reforms to the Wyoming legislators' joint Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivision Committee in May. Of all those, one of the ideas is to get to actual paper ballots, or get back to paper ballots. He also... one of the reforms, I think, includes these so-called jungle primaries, or the Democrats, I think, want jungle primaries. Matthew Christian has the story for the Cowboy State Daily. Secretary of Gray does not like the jungle primaries, and the Democrats do. State Rep Mike Yin, who's going to be on the show tomorrow, by the way, to talk about kind of something different than elections, although we could bring it up. He's going to be on to talk about Freedom Caucus. Great letter to the editor, by the way. Great opinion piece from State Rep Mike Yin, Democrat Jackson. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. Very recent, last day or two. Check it out. Read it. Already a response to that letter to the editor saying Mike Yin's got it all wrong. So good debate going on online. State Rep Yin is the only Democrat on this committee, Corporations, Elections, Political Subdivision Committee. He told Cowboy State Daily earlier this week he'd like to see Wyoming move to a jungle primary system. And this would avoid the landslide victories, maybe the one-sided victories we see in the general. In the primary tends to be like the main vote in Wyoming because it pits two Republican candidates against each other. But in a jungle primary, all candidates for a political office run in one primary, and the top two finishers move on to the general election regardless of political party. In that system would benefit, obviously, a Democrat. Imagine if you had two Republicans running for, state treasurer, and the two Republicans were both pretty equal, maybe just a couple of points apart, like real close. They would split the vote and they would allow, you would think, potentially a Democrat who is popular but could probably come nowhere near touching either of those Republicans. All of a sudden, it would open the door for another party or another name as two heavyweights battle it out on the Republican side. A Democrat could slip in and get the second most votes possible. California, Washington already use a jungle primary system where everybody's just sort of lumped in regardless of political party, and you just take the top finishers. California, Washington, Alaska's voting system allows for a jungle primary, but the top four candidates move on to the general. They have a state ranked choice voting system. So other states are doing it, but is it successful? Gray says it's not. He said jungle primaries have not worked in far left states like California and Washington. Gray added, it's concerning that Democrat state legislators like Representative Yin want to bring this confusing system to Wyoming. The jungle primary system is confusing, Gray says, and not transparent. I believe we should stick with the traditional primary process. Elections continue to be a big hot button issue with a lot of folks in Wyoming, definitely with Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Jungle primaries wasn't the only thing. Gray is, as we said, thinking about paper and pen ballots to ensure accuracy. Some of the machines have been found to be faulty or have been found, they can only do what they can do. They read a ballot. There's something wrong with the ballot itself. The machine can only read a bad ballot. And Gray also does not like these unattended ballot boxes that are available to anybody to tamper with or mess around with. So he's not done. They'll still be looking for Secretary Gray and his election reform, election integrity. Another story out of Colorado, Andrew Rossi's story about the poor Larry the Camel got hit by lightning. Larry the Camel was a bit of a celebrity in northern Colorado. He was bottle fed since he was 3 months old by the Oren family, A-U-R-I-N, Larry and Bethany Oren. Larry's the camel, sorry. Owner is Bethany Oren. Larry the Camel made all kinds of events. He was in at least 4 weddings. He was the live camel in the nativity scene in Yampa back on Christmas. He's been in the 4th of July parades, winter carnivals. He was on TV as part of Animal Planet show, Dr. Jeff, the Rocky Mountain vet. He was on that episode back in 2019. Countless thousands of kids have gives hugs and kisses to the camel and have fed Larry the camel cookies, his favorite. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see this camel out in the public. Normally spends his days at Chipetta Ranch, but an unexpected death on the 4th of July. It was a bad thunderstorm, and the owner said she didn't see the camel standing out there. I mean, the camel was super tall. She thought, something's wrong. She went out to check on him, and he had been hit by lightning. Larry the camel is no more. I think he was 13, 14, 15 years old, something like that. He was just a teenager. I don't know how long camels live. But this was super gentle one and a bit of a celebrity. He's got his own hashtag Larry the Camel. Just put that in your socials and see what Larry was up to just before he was struck by lightning. That's a terrible loss. Andrew, terrible story. But Andrew didn't do it. As he pointed out, Andrew was just on the show. He said Thor did it. Trump opens the floodgate for Wyoming coal, but will producers buy new leases? Is coal really back if there aren't the buyers? We'll discuss that and more next when we come back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after this break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
back in studio at the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Drunk Colorado man allegedly pulls rifle at Alcova Reservoir. He and a woman are shot for their efforts. It's just the Wild West, man. Don't point a gun at someone unless you intend to use it and expect to have somebody point a gun back at you. There was so many guns and people involved in this. I lost track of who shot who. Dale Killingbeck has the story. It happened at Alcova Reservoir, a popular camping spot in the Trona County Sheriff's Office, still trying to unravel what went on. A drunk man, believed to be from Colorado, and he brandishes a rifle. I think somebody was trying to keep the Colorado man from driving. This happened about 10:30 at night in an area between two campgrounds, Black Beach and Cottonwood on Cortez Road. Shots fired. When deputies arrived, they found a male and female, both in their 20s, who sustained gunshot wounds to their leg. A Casper man, also in his 20s, had fired the shots. And the best police could piece it together, at least as of a day or two ago, was some folks at these campground, these two 20-year-olds were trying to keep the Colorado man from driving. It was too drunk. They were concerned. The Colorado man took exception to their intervention, produced a rifle, pointed it at the two Wyomingites. Well, it just so happened in Wyoming, we come pretty well armed as well. And the Casper man produced his own firearm and shot his own firearm and did hit the Colorado man in the leg, also hit a woman. I don't know if that was the same bullet. It was unintentional, I would imagine. The woman was simply, what cops said, a female bystander. The police report said, as a result, the male with the rifle, that's our Colorado guy, and a female bystander each sustained a single gunshot wound to the leg. Both of them. Both were transported to the hospital with serious but non-threatening injuries. Shooter was initially detained for questioning and then later released. So that may be because the guy who pointed a rifle at him, I mean, the only proper protocol, the only response is to point your handgun at them and pull the trigger. Yeah, I'm kind of baffled at this whole thing. And again, I've lost track of who's shooting who, but it seems the Casper man got the one up on the Colorado man who's been shot in the leg. No charges filed, so the whole dust up is just your average Saturday night shootout at Alcova. Okay. Good story from Dale Killingbeck, who, despite writing it clearly and writing it well, I still can't figure out who's shooting at who. As Craig and I talked about earlier today, today's going to be shorter than your usual day. Not because of, the days are getting shorter, but the day, literally, not just daylight, the day is going to last less than most days. And that's due to the moon. Thanks to the moon, today's going to be shorter now we're talking milliseconds. Still, scientists say on the following dates, Earth will lose milliseconds. The days will be shorter in a minuscule fashion. The Earth will spin just enough faster that will shorten our day. On July 9th, the day is shortened by 1.3 milliseconds. On July 22nd, the Earth will lose 1.38 milliseconds. And on August 5th, the day is shortened by 1.51 milliseconds. And the moon did it. Today is going to be shorter than your usual day. CDC said there's yet another new COVID strain going on out there just in time for summer travel at an all-time high. New COVID-19 variants are brewing. Officials at CDC and at WHO, the World Health Organization, recently added another variant of COVID to their list. This one's called the XFG. OMG, we have another COVID variant to worry about. It's spreading widely through Southeast Asia. Most cases have been reported in 38 different countries. In the UK, this new COVID variant, XFG, accounts for 30% of all COVID positive tests. In the U.S., seeing about 14% confirmed COVID cases are the XFG variant. So, yet another strain of COVID to worry about. Let's take a quick break. I want to make sure we save a lot of time for Gary Streisky. He'll be on here from ESPN. We'll talk a little sports, talk a little rodeo when we come back. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Stay there.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Well, put on your wetsuit. We're going to the ocean. We're going to pick up a couple of stories that have to do with creatures that live in the ocean. Starting with killer whales. Orcas. I mentioned to Don Day before in the show about observed cases of whales presenting humans with food. What are they trying to do? As weird as it gets, scientists say killer whales, orcas, are sharing food with humans to get to know us better. I kid you not. This story, this is borderline fake news. But it's been documented in a study published in the Journal of Comparative Psychology. It highlights this behavior, part of the killer whale's behavior. There's been a documented 34 cases around the globe where killer whales have offered prey to humans. They've offered to share whatever it is they killed, suggesting the behavior may be some form of interspecies social exploration, relationship building. Maybe whales want something from us, and they're starting out by making us owe them. I'm not sure. In most incidents, orcas waited for human reactions before retrieving or abandoning the offered prey. So they swam up. There's a photo of one of the supposed incidents. There's a killer whale and some human that dares to get close to it. This one looks like a little one. And the whale is offering something it's killed, some fish, but they also are able to get birds, seaweed. I don't know how often offering to share your seaweed with a human works, but whales are trying to figure us out, maybe. And in 34 cases documented, orca whales, killer whales, have brought humans their catch, their food. Scientists still scratching their heads can only assume it's some kind of advanced cognition and social culture, placing them among the few wild predators to show such pro-social tendencies towards humans. What does it mean? Obviously, the whales are trying to lure us in closer into the water. That's what one commenter said. Yeah, I'm with you. They're trying to get us to come closer. So we're the ones they want to eat. They bring us seaweed, and then when we get too close, they snack on us. Duh. You think the killer whale doesn't want to eat the seaweed? He's bringing you some ratty fish, so we'll get close, and then they eat us. That's what I think. Of course, I think AI and computers are going to take over the world too. But these killer whales are up to something, offering humans fish and other food. They obviously have an agenda. They have something in mind. Another story from the ocean, scientists say, this story from the brain maze. Scientists say if humans were extincted themselves off the planet, if we continue at the rate we're going and we wipe ourselves out, whether that's weather related or an asteroid, or we just kill each other in World War III, if humans were missing from the planet, who would then step up to be the top end of the species? If humans were to vanish, some scientist, mostly notable evolutionary biologist Tim Coulson, believes that the octopus might be the most likely species to evolve into civilization builders. Maybe 10 million years from now, when humans are long gone due to computers killing us off or us killing ourselves off, it's the octopus that'll take over the planet. The idea arises from the fact that the animals are little understood, but they're considered to have remarkable intelligence. They can solve complex problems They can use tools, escape enclosures, and display other cognitive behavior that says the octopus is the next human. The squid is the next best thing, the next great thing. Huh. On that note, we're going to switch gears and we're going to get into back into the Zoom room and talk to this guy. As we welcome on the show ESPN Sports Center anchor, and we got to play you your. And that's probably all we're allowed to play before the trolling robots sue us for copyright infringement. But this is Gary Streisky. You know Gary from Sports Center. You know him from any kind of ESPN thing. We're going to be happy to welcome him home. Home is Wyoming, not Connecticut, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Gary Streisky, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
This is fantastic. Thanks for having me. This is great, man. You fired up the old baseball tonight, Sunday night baseball tune right there. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell the bosses. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
man. I can't wait to get out there in just a couple of weeks. I've taken the calls and I've reached out to the old roommates and everybody back in Cheyenne from 2010. I was out there from 2010 to 2012. Everybody is still out there crushing it, killing it, and I'm pumped to get out there, man, for real.
Your old stomping grounds, you're coming back home. So, we will say, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you do know rodeo. I mean, ESPN doesn't do a ton of rodeo. They do a ton of basketball, that's for sure. Too much basketball, you can tell the bosses. But I mean,
hey, man, when you pay for the rights, you got to platform the product. You know what I mean?
Do you know rodeo? Are you ready for this? Cheyenne Frontier Days.
This is going to be my third Cheyenne Frontier Days. And actually, the way that this all went down was when we were planning this, because, choreographing 50 different states, 50 different shoots with literally dozens of different people. It's like hitting moving targets. But I went into the boss's office right when assignments started kind of leaking out. And I asked them to send me to Wyoming because that's how fondly I look back at my time. Cheyenne Frontier Days, that was like my first big assignment. And it was awesome. I still have my boots. I still have the clothes that I got during my first one in 2011. So yeah, I'm ready to be back. And I think this time they might actually put me on a live piece of livestock, because back in 2010, KGWN, we didn't have the insurance to cover it, but I think I might be getting on a horse this time around.
This is assuming you survived the whitewater trip in the Grand Canyon. We're talking about 50 states, 50 states in 50 days. Something ESPN's doing. They're going to be somewhere in a new state every day, and assignment, like different ESPN reporters, anchors are going to be in different states. And I was going to ask you, how do they decide who goes to who? Because you got, I think, the best assignments. You got Wyoming, which is great. You got the whitewater rafting in the Grand Canyon. Is this working, Gary? It's
awesome.
You're going to be in Coors Field watching the hottest thing going on in baseball right now, the Savannah Bananas in August.
Yeah, everybody knows that the Savannah Bananas are going to be the best team to field all 9 positions at Coors Field this season, and that's for sure. So, yeah, the way that it came together was, you sort of got kind of like one of those, your employers send you around, hey, what are your preferred holidays? Give us the tier. So I kind of went in there, and me and Randy, my partner on SCAM, we kind of, he had never been to Alaska, so he had pleaded for that. It was literally the 50th state that he would visit to check off all of them. So he got Alaska. I don't think there was a long line of people wanting to make that travel. And yeah, I specifically asked for Wyoming and Colorado, and then I let the rest of the chips fall as they may. So Randy and I are going to Florida to host the Ocho, which will be cool because we're definitely a bunch of I don't know if I am allowed to say the word on the program here, but everybody knows that we're not serious. So sending us to do the Ocho show was the right decision. And then the whitewater rafting was incredible. I was kind of embarrassed to admit when I got there, having grown up in Colorado and having done everything that generally people from Colorado do: skiing, hiking, camping, all that. But I had never rafted, so I finally checked that off the list. So yeah, man, my assignments have been top notch.
Yeah, that's you can't argue with that. So this guy, we're talking to Gary Streisky. You've seen on ESPN. Denver native, began his career in the Cheyenne, Front Range, Fort Collins area. He knows what it's like to drive I-80 going to a UW Pokes game. Go Pokes!
Come on.
And then you jumped to Houston, covered all things there: Astros, Texans, Rockets, and then you went to Nesson out in Boston. Boy, as a lifetime Yankee fan, I really can't talk too long to a Red Sox guy. But what was that like? Was that fun?
How the heck does a Yankee fan end up on the Front Range?
I don't know.
What's that backstory?
I am from New York.
Okay. That checks out. If you would have told me that you're rooting for LeBron and you're looking forward to Dak Prescott, playing good football this season too, I'd have to question that. But yeah, I actually have family in Boston as well. So when I was there from 13 to 17, I got to travel with the team. Did you lose me?
No, I'm with you.
I got to travel with the team. It was an awesome 5 years. So Wyoming, Houston, which is funny. I went to Houston right after Wyoming, and I didn't go to the rodeo down there in Houston, even though I had the rodeo on the resume. But it's honestly like a full circle moment going back to Wyoming in a couple of weeks, to the point that they're going to let me host the Sportscast on KGWN.
Yes,
I think that Thursday I'm going to host the Sportscast from the CFD grounds at like 5 and 5:30. So that'll be pretty cool.
Well, I've heard you talk up your home state. You live in Connecticut now, which is a bedroom community for Boston and New York City. And that's why it exists. But you've said really nice things about Wyoming coming back. I mean, you love Wyoming. You said, maybe I'm biased, there isn't a state or a city that deserves national spotlight more than Cheyenne, Wyoming. You're excited to come back. You got a piece of Wyoming still in you, don't you?
Oh my gosh, 100%. I meant every word. I mean, I met friends there who I still talk with. Matter of fact, Gordon Taylor gave me a call yesterday. Paul Taylor's dad, University of Wyoming alum. He and Becky invited me to their annual Saturday afternoon Cheyenne Frontier Days kickoff party. Unfortunately, I get in on the 23rd. But growing up in Denver, Cheyenne was always sort of like, oh yeah, that's just an hour and a half north. There's no reason to go up to Cheyenne. Whatever, everything you need is here in Denver. But then moving up there, McCready Egerter was the news director at KGWN at the time, and it was just a bunch of young people trying to find their way. So when I got there, everybody was sort of in the same boat, kind of rowing in the same direction. And I loved it, man. There's something about Wyoming, not just in the broadcast space, but there's something about Wyoming, the grit, the culture, the putting one foot in front of the other. I mean, it takes some damn grit to survive a Wyoming fall and a Wyoming winter and not seeing a lick of green until summertime because you're above the tree line. So, I mentioned it when I did the write-up, like, no matter how much time you spend in Wyoming, it'll change you for the better when you're on the other side of that. And I wholeheartedly mean that.
Awesome. Gary, I'm excited for you and what you've been able to achieve in your career, and a career that you had mapped out as an elementary school kid, maybe when you were like a grade school kid. For real, you said, man, I'm going to be a broadcaster. I'm going into broadcasting because you were always a talker, I think. And you're like, I'm going to be on ESPN. That's going to be me. For reals? Like, back in what grade?
It's in my 6th grade yearbook that I was going to host SportsCenter one day. So, what's crazy is 20 years later, I hosted my first SportsCenter, and I dug up the excerpt in the yearbook. And I guess it's kind of sad that I had a realization literally as a 12-year-old 6th grader that I wasn't going to go pro, right? Like, every 12-year-old kid's dream is to be like, yo, I'm going to quarterback the insert hometown team name here, or what I mean? I'm going to play professional baseball or basketball or whatever the case. I knew in 6th grade, I was like, yeah, I'm not good enough. I'm going to hang around. I'm going to be a good locker room guy. I'm going to be a glue guy in high school and into college. But I know that's about where it's going to end. So the next best thing, right, is stay as close to the passion as possible, which is, getting into broadcast. So fortunately, my path is different than anybody else's and everybody else's, but nobody's path is right or wrong. Mine just eventually led me 20 years after I put that in my sixth grade yearbook to the Sports Center desk, which is a place I've been for the last 7 years now. Yeah, 2018.
I mean, that's the pinnacle in the business, the pinnacle of what you do. Reminds me of the Shane Gillis bit, the realization that, like, I can't hang with these guys. Maybe basketball's not my future.
Dude, the bit where he's like, yeah, we dominated baseball.
Right.
Until they,
Right, yeah.
Those guys were so bad that they made people talk regular. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That guy is
he's
so
he's
funny.
100% for sure. Dude, my favorite. He's actually hosting the ESPYs this year.
Oh my goodness. The
Yeah.
ESPYs, and you guys are going to be at the ESPYs for part of the 50 states in California. That's cool.
Kevin Nagandi and Elle Duncan hosting the ESPYs out there in LA. So that's going to be cool. Shane's a viewer of the program. So Randy and I went to his show at Mohegan here in Connecticut last fall, and he opened up with 10 minutes of why does anybody live in Connecticut? And everybody in the packed arena was like, Shane, you bring up a good point, dude.
He got us all convinced.
Yeah, most of us just work at ESPN.
Well, besides the talking head stuff for ESPN, which you do great, you bring the new you bring ESPN into a new age. You're digital savvy. Talk a little bit about the Snapchat. You got over 1.5 million subscribers. That's where everything's going now. These kids are all, you're hooked into it.
Yeah, I mean, you get it too, right? Being on, the podcast space and just the internet space. And I tell this to anybody who will listen, whether it's people coming up in the industry or even some of my peers at work who might have a couple of years on me, that you can no longer, and this isn't just ESPN, this is everywhere. You can't just live in the box of which the show you host lives in. Like for me, I'm the 7 a.m. Sports Center. I can't just live from 7 to 8 a.m. While we have like hundreds of thousands of daily viewers, that's that. But you need to expand the pie. So I tell everybody, you sort of have to be omnipresent. So the IP, right, has to be working 24/7. You have to have an identity and a presence outside of your show hour and your show window. And that's why social media is such a great thing for me, for you, for anybody who wants to dabble in the space, is you can organically, build a following. And if people rock with you hard enough, you're going to eventually get some numbers, get some traction. People will start paying attention, and then you're off and running. So yeah, it's vitally important that you exist outside of just your show.
We're talking to ESPN early morning 7 a.m. sports anchor. You also you'll see him on other facets of ESPN. While I got somebody as smart as you about sports,
you must be talking to a different person.
No, it's you, Gary, for real. It's you. I just want to hit a few hot topics, just in a fast lightning round source. WNBA. I mean, can we overestimate what Caitlin Clark did for WNBA? Paige Beckers. We have the NBA a tunnel show now where we got to see what fashion the girls are wearing to the get. Like, Caitlin Clark is legit, and she has changed everything about women's basketball.
100%. And you know what's funny is this actually takes me back to my days at Wyoming when the Cowgirls, I mean, they were a Mountain West problem.
Yeah.
They were a Mountain West. I mean, they were at some games outdrawing the men, and it wasn't weird. It wasn't like oh my gosh, look at what women's basketball is doing. And honestly, that seed got planted in my head in 2010, right? When, the coach's name is escaping me, Legend. And I just remember some of his post games, talking to him, whether they would win, whether they would lose. And women's basketball was a very serious thing. It wasn't just as an aside, specifically there in Wyoming. So it was not a surprise to me to see it kind of supernova into what it is right now. Obviously, Caitlin Clark, you talk about people who move the needles in their respective sports. Tiger Woods, obviously, in golf, Caitlin Clark in the WNBA. And they are Messi in soccer. They are the handful of people who don't move the needle. They are the needle, right? You've heard that before. That as they go, so too does the sport. So it's good for business when Caitlin Clark is playing. She's actually returning. It's noon Eastern here on the East Coast at the time of this. She's coming back after 5 games with that left growing injury. So it's good when the stars of your sport are healthy and playing well. So I think there's nowhere else to go at this point but up for the WNBA, man. It's been awesome to see the last couple of years.
What's going on with college football? Can it survive NIL, transfer portal, people jumping conferences? I mean, I don't like a lot of what I see in college football.
It's gonna have to. I think what it's gonna eventually do is offer a little bit more parity. I don't know if you agree with me there, just because, listen, man, top talent just doesn't go to the top school. Now, oftentimes that's obviously top school, top talent, top money goes hand in hand. But you're going to start seeing a little bit more parity. You're going to start seeing a little bit more, maybe a lot more sort of upsets across the college football landscape. Obviously, there are still so many things to work out. And that's why you're seeing so many of these general managers get hired in college football programs and not just coaches. Right, you're actually having to treat these programs like they're NFL franchises by having GMs and managing a salary cap. And hey, we have this much to spend on this player. So obviously, so much to work out. I think too early to tell. I think it's going to be a net positive. It's going to be a net benefit. But yeah, it's super early and it's super messy right now. But the show goes on, man. As we know, cream rises, man. Ohio, there's still going to be the Ohio States.
Right.
There's still going to be the Bamas. You know what I'm saying? There's still going to be those dogs that are still playing in that CFP, the soon to be expanding CFP at season's end.
Yeah. We're talking to Gary Streisky, ESPN. He's going to be back in his home country. I love it. On July 24th for Cheyenne Frontier Days. You've been palling around with another Wyoming great, another Metropolitan great, Brandon Nimmo from Cheyenne.
Let's go. I was there on his draft night.
Cool.
Yeah, man. I was there when he became the highest drafted prospect player out of the state of Wyoming when he went, I believe, was it number 8? Number 8 or number 6 to the Mets. I think it was number 8 to the Mets, and I was the sports director at KGWN at the time, and he got the call, and I texted his dad, and I was like, hey, can we pop over? Let's get the first interview. Woo! And I remember we drove down to his house, and I mean, he was obviously smiling ear to ear. That post-6 baseball team was a freaking problem,
yeah.
dude.
They still are.
Are they? I
They're
mean,
a beast.
It doesn't surprise me at all, man. That pipeline, it's a one-stop shop there in Cheyenne. And I remember, man, Brandon Nimmo, dude. And it was that Under Armour showcase at Wrigley Field that really put him on the map when he went, it's like 4 for 4 or 3 for 4, a couple homers. And it's like, wait a minute, this kid out of Wyoming is going to literally the least populated state in the country. Now he's going to the number 1 media market. I mean, it was literally like one of those Disney storybook movie plots, right? This country kid goes to the Big Apple, and fortunately for him, he's had some success. And, the Mets just won last night, snapped a 4-game road losing streak. So, yeah, and that's when people ask me, like, hey, what teams do you like? At this point in my career, I pull for players, I pull for storylines. I like to see him have success because, obviously we go back to 2010. So I like to see individuals who I've crossed paths with at one stop or another have success. And he's definitely one of those guys.
Well, we look forward to seeing you here for Cheyenne Frontier Days. Thanks for spending time with us. Be careful what they put you on. If they put you on Widowmaker.
Come on. I'll have him talk to my agent. It's all good.
All right, man. Travel safe.
I appreciate you having me.
You bet. Travel safe. Thank
we'll
you,
catch
Gary.
you guys in a couple of weeks. See ya.
Gary Streisky, ESPN anchor. He's 50 states in 50 days. ESPN anchor. He's coming to Cheyenne Frontier Days in July, right after he whitewater rafts the Grand and Grand Canyon. We're out of time here on the show. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way, Wyoming.